Hello, hello everyone. How's it going? Oh, YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Congrats on choice. Hello, Sage of Nothing. Hello, Celine. Skyhawk Michael. Hello, Tommy on YouTube. Hello, Charlie on YouTube. How are y'all doing? So we're on the Just Chatting stream for the first time in a long time. Because I need to clean up the desk a little bit before we show the hand cam. I figure while we're cleaning, you know, we can hang out a little bit. So how are y'all? Let's get our yapping on. You know? Yee. How am I not too shabby? We're doing pretty good. It's no longer Money Monday. Well, you know what? It's still Monday while I am. So, like my state likes to say, let the good times roll. Oh, bunny girl, puppy. Thank you for the follow. Hi. So today we're opening up the Pippa starter deck. Shoutouts again to Nemnish and Boujon. We also, from Zephyr Arcade. Shoutouts to Zephyr Arcade. I think I spelled arcade wrong. Okay, I'm a bozo. No ads on YouTube yet, chat. Yet. Alright? One day we will get ads on YouTube. We will get YouTube monetized, surely. Oh, Phoenix. So if y'all want to pick up anything from Zephyr Arcade, we do have a code for Zephyr Arcade. Oh, Sally. So we have from them 4 packs of Doom of Dimensions. And we also have 4 packs of Duelist Advance we're gonna open up. We got Money Mondays to do to see if we open the last stores. It's been a hot minute since we've opened the last stores. And then we end the evening on some, you know, yapping art productivity. I think pretty solid across the board. Big plans. Big plans, you know? I'm also eating a little bit as I clean up the desk. So, I don't know anything about Oshi Push, really. So, I think the starter deck probably will come with, like, a Warshi. So, we can probably figure out what's going on by reading the rules of the game. I would hope. I would hope it's a digestible enough TCG that just by reading it we'll know what's going on. Hello, X. How are you? Welcome on in. In terms of Alessos, it's been a hot minute since we've done Money Mondays. The biggest problem, like I told you all chat, is that my Alessos does their locals on Monday. So it's a little rough to try to pace it out. Because, you know, I want to be here when I want to stream on Mondays, but, you know, like, as we get more players, the locals drags further and further on. I was a little tired tonight, so I didn't make my way out. On top of something real quick I had to take care of at the start of the hour. Oh, you know, there's another topic I've been meaning to discuss with you. we can bring up the ye old internet browser. Alright, so the thing to discuss, chat. The thing to discuss. I have seen this thing floating around on the internet. I've seen this floating around. The Chrome tab's wisdom is, chat, I've seen this Baja Blast Mountain Dew Taco Bell shenanigans. Whatever this may possibly be. Now the real question is like, do we try this? Oh, why are you watching this? It looks good. I'm not sure what flavor it's intended to be. I've heard people tell me that it's supposed to be like a spin on like a key lime pie. Or something. And I don't know how long they're going to have this pie around, you know? So I guess first off, we have to think about how, like, the general price of this pie. And then the follow-up question is, chat, do we eat this pie on stream? Like, surely. Surely this is... It's pie, chat. It's pie. You put its Baja Blast with a pie. How did they accomplish that? And then here's the flip side. On the flip side, I've heard that Krispy Kreme. I think you can get them. I think you can just go to any participating Taco Bell and get one. I don't think it would be that difficult to, like, you know, what's the word? To acquire. But here's the other thing, chat. Krispy Kreme is allegedly coming out with 9 new donut flavors. That pie would kill a medieval serf. It really would. I think this pie would take out an entire village. You heard the supplies are like 10 to 20 per store? How many lizards am I expecting today? Well, we can have a maximum of 4 lizards because we only have 4 packs of Doom Dimensions. Considering that we barely got a playset of lizards in one box, I can expect a high of 1 to 2 lizards. Well, I'm based in the US, so I think we can acquire this pie. I don't know if it's 10 to 20 pies. There's no way it's 10 to 20 pies per location in total. It must be per day, per location. You know? Like, there should be something we could have access to. So then becomes a question of like, well, this Baja Blast pie. But then there's 9 new flavors at Krispy Kreme Donut. It's at Select Taco. I have to locate my local Taco Bell and pray that they have a Baja Blast pie, apparently. You believe in the sand, Sally? Well, okay, think about it this way, chat. Look at the color of the pie. Teal is like kind of our color, you know? Why not both? I'm... Tommy, no. No poke, no los dos. When you see. Come on, you got this, Phoenix. You can surely get to level 20 in your KC Cup. Pray to the Taco Bell Chihuahua. Goodness me. So I guess I'm gonna have to find out if I can even get a Baja Blast pie. Because if locations in my state do not offer the Baja Blast pie, this whole thing is a bust. This whole thing is a bust. It's really Sand Sally coated. Like, look at this, chat. Look how Sand Sally coated this pie looks. Come on. Why is this on SoundCloud? Alright, but like, does that not look very Sand Sally coated? Like, look, very similar in color. Do I like Baja Blast in general? Okay, so hello, Jules. Welcome on in. I have something to admit to all of y'all. I have never actually tried Baja Blast. Yeah, I can't believe Baja Blast pie just dropped a new mix. I've never tried the Baja Blast. I just never had an interest in it. Do I like Mountain Dew? I think regular Mountain Dew is fine. Go get Taco Bell. No, I've never had Baja Blast. I'm not joking. I've never had Baja Blast. I've never had a big interest. Okay, so like chat. Y'all know me. I'm not a big soda or caffeine gal. Okay? I have the occasional Coke. Maybe if I'm feeling ever so venturous, a root beer. Yeah, I used to have 7-Up on occasion when I was younger. I think they changed the name of that one. I've tried Mountain Dew before, don't get me wrong. I'm not a fan of Fanta, no offense. There's other sodas that exist in this world. I prefer Coke over Pepsi. Judge me all you want. Anywho. So, it's just... Stuff like Baja Blast was just never really on my radar. Like, I tried some fancy sodas on stream a long time ago. There's a little shop several cities over towards inland. In a strange place called Irvine. There's a little candy shop knick-knack store that has a bunch of miscellaneous flavored sodas, like maple flavored soda and a whole bunch of other jazz. But like, it's really not something I seek out alone. It's something I try with friends normally. Have I seen the 80s meme of stealing Baja Blast with a cup connected to a tank? Well, like, okay, I've seen all the marketing around it, don't get me wrong. Will I take a trip to Taco Bell? What if I take a trip to Taco Bell? Here's the thing. I don't know if that Taco Bell is a participating location to the pie. Right? I don't know if my nearest Taco Bell is a participating location for this pie. And considering that it's later in the evening, what if they've already run out of pies for the day? It sounds like they have a select amount of pies per day. And once they run out of the Baja Blast pie, it's gone for the day. Cold take? What's the cold take? Maybe the Baja Blast will boost my lizard weight? I think the lizard weight has been predetermined. Can Sally twice Baja Blast? YouTube says we must make this happen. Twitch chat, will you collude with YouTube chat? Forget the pie, just get the soda. Call and ask them politely. Okay, but that means I have to get up. Put some Yu-Gi-Oh! Mask Duel on in the background for y'all. Drive all the way across... do we have one in this city? I might have to drive to an entire new city. Just to get Baja Blast and or potentially not get a pie. 2 liters of swamp water. I don't want the sundial water. We can wait. What if I DoorDash it? There's no way to... I mean... Okay, remember what happened the last time we tried to DoorDash something? Right. Twitch chat can't see this collusion. Well, that's why I'm reading your messages out for them, YouTube. Chat, the last time we tried to DoorDash something, it ended very poorly. The DoorDasher canceled on us like twice. DoorDash an entire bar. I feel like DoorDashing an entire Baja Blast Pie is one of the most valid uses of DoorDash. Like, who DoorDashes a single item if it's not an item that can serve multiple people? What if you wait for me to go pick it up? I don't know if I want to drive that far right now. Like, they're probably still open. A lot of Taco Bells in my state are open 24/7. But Cap, the Baja Blast Pie isn't fresh. It's been out all day long. Cap, you gotta strategize on this, okay? I have to figure out, like, when they open. I have to get there, like, right when they open. Get the freshest Baja Blast Pie. Drive it home and then click go live. Duel them for the pie. I'm not going to duel them for the pie. What if they win? Then I don't get the pie. I don't know if my Taco Bell location. I have to call them or something. I'm not calling them right now. I am not calling them. I'll ask them another time or something. Maybe I can drive. No, it's too far. I was gonna say maybe I can drive by and see if they have a picture of it in the window or something. Hello, Beef. Welcome on you. I don't know. I don't know what other weird food combinations will do with soft wings, but this is definitely one of the more interesting ones. Is this pie? It seems like there's a lot of varying, like, colors for the pie as well. Like, this one looks more, like, seafoam green. This one looks a lot more teal. It's like, I'm sure it's subject, right? It's subject to pictures and marketing and all that jazz. Nationwide. Nationwide, they're releasing a pie. Like, that just looks like toothpaste. But I don't know, like, something about it makes me very curious, you know? As much as you would think this looks unappetizing, it surprisingly looks appetizing. Yeah, I'll go on DoorDash or like whatever program we used last time. I'm going to see Message Taco Bell headquarters. Let them know that I'm the Sand Sally. And have them send me a pie. I'm glad you'll have so much faith in me. How's it going? Not too shabby, we're just yapping. I'm gonna open some card packs in a little bit, but I wanted to discuss this pie first. It seems like the new happening thing, you know? It really seems like this is hip with the kids right now. This is so topical. It's quite interesting. Okay, it looks like it's it should be $19 for this pie. That's almost a dozen donuts, chat. This is almost the cost of a dozen. Might be more than the cost of a dozen, actually. Alright, I'm going to our DoorDash app on my cellular device. Just give me a moment. A chance, just a moment. Also, like, what happens if they don't have the pie? Like, what's the DoorDash supposed to do? It's like 10 AA batteries. Chat, that's like an Celestial starter deck. What if pie and I put sundial on it? You know, yeah, I suppose it does look a little radioactive. But that's fine. That's fine, chat. Look at all these pies. All these pictures of pie. Honestly, kind of impressed at how consistent the color seems to be. I'm like actually really impressed. Like across all these photos, the color seems to be very consistent. Hello, Lily. Welcome on, yeah. They released the gelato last year. Might as well just eat the bat. No, chat. We're not going to eat the batteries. What if I need that to charge something? Batteries aren't cheap. In this economy, you think I'm gonna waste some good batteries? Let's see. Taco Bell. Pause. Let's see what items they have. Here's the thing, chat. I don't know if they'll even let me DoorDash the pie. Like, what if the pie's not an option on DoorDash because they don't know if the pie will be available? Looking. Sweet. Okay, I don't think they have the pie, chat. I don't think they have the pie on DoorDash. I don't think I can DoorDash the pie. I should drop a recipe on how to make it. For all the non-American pies, this one's probably bad for your teeth too. If I have spare batteries, throw them. No, do not throw them in the ocean. Chat. At this point, I would have to physically go to a location to pick up this pie. It looks like they're not gonna let people DoorDash the pie, which makes sense. Oh, congrats on winning against the Blue Eyes player. So chat, we concluded we cannot DoorDash the pie. Non-American seeing American pies. Goodness me. I'm gonna be real, this is a very, like, American thing. Like, of all the wonky fast food marketing, this is one of the most, like, American things they could have done. What you mean they're selling sealed Baja Blast pies on eBay? I do not believe them. Yeah, I'd imagine it's like a dyed cheesecake. I'd imagine it's just, well... So someone told me it's supposed to be like a key lime pie. I don't know if it's actually made in the same way. Or if it resembles the taste of key lime in any way, but... Have I heard of deep fried ice cream? Sage of nothing. Of course I have. I'm American. Of course I've heard of deep fried ice cream. Deep fried ice cream, deep fried Twinkie, deep fried butter. Come on. Come on. That's basic. That's basic American dieting. Come on. Wants to put in, yeah, I don't know. There's like a lot of different stuff you could probably do. Didn't Mountain Dew like make a cookbook or something? I feel like I remember hearing that Mountain Dew had released a cookbook. No, it's okay. I'm sorry, Sage does not know. Please don't cry. I swear they released like a cookbook of some kind. Chat, what if we buy someone the Mountain Dew cookbook for Christmas? Who could we possibly give the Mountain Dew cookbook to? Yeah, see, chat, it's real. The Mountain Dew cookbook. Chat, who could we possibly give this to? Advanced American diet is a Chicago dog, I suppose. What's my opinion on pie? I like pie. I like pie. I'm a little particular. I have a pie place. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but I have a pie place. And every time I have bought pies from this pie place to a function, I have never gotten a complaint. I have gotten nothing but compliments for the quality of my pie place, okay? My pie place is so good that I have over like 10 groups of individuals ordering from my pie place. I don't own the pie place, I just go there. I have a pie guy, you know? Put it on my... Put what on my throne? The cookbook? Put the cookbook on my throne. Alright. I suppose we can put the cookbook on the throne. If they have them. There are Red Bull cupcakes. It sounds dangerous. 24 days of lobster mist, but it's just 24 Mountain Dew recipes. Y'all know that the landlords don't give me the kitchen. It, like, they just sitting there, like I told y'all. My landlords are these, like, older Asian couple. Family friends. And all they ever do is just sit in the kitchen and, like, watch TV and peel oranges and stuff. And sometimes they yell at my roommate's cat. Apparently, these are Mountain Dew pancakes. Cat, let's go to throne. Okay. I am not logged into Throne, so let me do this really quick. Let me log into Throne. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna do it in... I'm just gonna do it in a separate browser. Y'all are gonna have to deal. Throne wishlist. Let's go to the gift store. Mountain Dew cookbook. I don't know if the Mountain Dew cookbook is directly on Throne. We might have to figure out how much the cookbook costs. I don't think y'all can get that directly shipped to me, unfortunately, from what it's looking like. Oh, no, I'm far too intelligent for that. But thank you, Twan. Like I was saying, chat, the pie. The pie, chat, the pie. Like, I would have to schedule time to go procure this pie. But there's an entire cookbook on top of just the pie. So who's to say that they couldn't just release... Hello, Jill. Who's to say that they couldn't just release the recipe? Mountain Dew syrup would be kind of crazy. I don't know if that's a good idea, to be honest. I don't know if I get behind that one, personally. Your brother wants the Mountain Dew pie. The Mountain Dew Baja Blast pie. Do y'all have access to a Taco Bell? Would I become green if I was given enough Baja Blast? I wouldn't know, chat. Remember, I've never tried Baja Blast. I have not tried the pie. I just learned about it, like, recently. Like, just the other day is when I learned about this. And I remember that I wanted to yap about it. Like, look at this thing. Like... Apparently someone made a Baja Blast recipe because their own recipe because they really wanted this pie. Again, allegedly this is like 1999. Allegedly. But yeah, if we're gonna try this pie, I'm gonna have to schedule time. I have to schedule time. Because not every Taco Bell location carries this pie. And we can't seem to do that. Apparently you can make a cherry pie with Mountain Dew cherry in the cookbook. Do y'all see this in the cookbook? They have a cherry pie recipe. I feel like that's real content right there. Like, what if you make the cherry pie from the Mountain Dew cookbook, and then you compare it to the Baja Blast key lime pie? Oh, Avi. Have you heard about this thing that's happening with the kids right now? Have you heard of this Mountain Dew Baja Blast pie thing? I just learned about this recently. Why does this one have like a cornice on top? Alright. Anywho. Apparently if you are so interested, chat, they have an entire cookbook. They have an entire turkey. You can cook your Thanksgiving dinner entirely from the Mountain Dew cookbook. Wait, there's no way that this would be... there's no way they're selling it for 400 Canadian. There's no way. There's no way the Mountain Dew cookbook is that expensive. There's no way. Oh, meaty. Look, you can do an entire cooked ham. A Mountain Dew cooked ham, chat. Your entire Thanksgiving dinner. Now that would be crazy. But like I said, the real science. Tell me slowly. Look away. Gamers or time now. The cookbook would be a promo item. So here's the thing, chat. Like, there's a recipe for a cherry pie in this cookbook. So the real thing is that you have to make the cherry pie. Then you gotta get the Baja Blast pie from Taco Bell. And you gotta compare the two to see which pie is better. It's like the science. You know, the science. And yeah, I suppose the cookbook would be a promotional item. I'm not gonna hop on over to the Schwappen tab. But thank you for the follow. I'm not gonna hop on over to the Schwappen tab, but I feel like that would be like the proper content, you know. You really wanted to do the content on this. It comes in this box. I don't know who this guy is, but chat, or this person rather. But chat, look, it comes in this box. The Mountain Dew Baja Blast pie. You know, look at this box. Look, there's pie slices on the box. Wait, what? You're telling me that the Mountain Dew cookbook is going for over $200 on Amazon? Chat, we're never going to be able to afford the Mountain Dew cookbook. That's crazy. Okay, surely someone has scanned it, right? Surely someone has scanned it, right? Surely. Surely a ragtag gang of individuals from the East Blue have taken it digitally, right? It's like the Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but here's the problem. I don't play paper Yu-Gi-Oh! That's a lot more than 3 Yu-Gi-Oh cards for me. Yeah, it probably was a promotional item. But chat, no one can acquire this code. No wonder we couldn't find it on phone. This thing is exclusive. Goodness me. So, like, chat, do we have to get the drink and the pie? Like, do you think you have to double up? You have to get the pie and the Baja Blast? I'm just trying to, like, plan the trip. Like, if and when I procure this, right? You can't just show up to Taco Bell without knowing what you need to order for the full Baja Blast pie experience. This clearly has to be planned, Cap. Premeditated. You gotta consider all the angles with this pie. It's pretty much all the pictures of the pie we've seen. I feel like there's a lot of pictures and videos of people trying to copy the pie. I have to start Baja Blast maxing. I haven't even tried it, chat. What if I hate it at home? Like, I know that would be very un-American of me to hate it. But what if I hate it, chat? What if I don't like the taste? It would be very un-American, but what if I don't like the taste of the Baja Blast pie? It's a Baja Blast pie. There's a strawberry vanilla cream soda freeze. There's a pumpkin spice empanada. There's salted caramel stuffed churros. Churros? There's an ube strawberry cookie. And a salted caramel and toffee cream empanada bite. It's full of sugar and I'm American, so I like it. What? Whoa, 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 whoa. First off, I may live in this country, but my palate is, let's just say my palate hails from a place where there's not a lot of sugar. Despite there being a lot of sugar cane, you're not getting the same kind of processed sugar. It's about the culture, not about the taste. Chat, the box says yours by a slice of luck. What if we're not lucky enough to get the Baja Blast? Now I worry about if we're able to actually procure this pie. You're proud to be an American. This is very much a very American item. This is a particularly a violently American item. It's extremely American. I don't know what else, like, what the last... I can't think of anything that's, like, as of recent, that is so American in nature. I'm literally pack opening today. Well, okay, like, here's the thing. Some people don't care if they're lucky. They just like this thrill of the chase as well. Exactly. A fake Mexican place selling an American specialty drink in the form of a pie. That is the most American thing ever. It is American. It is extremely patriotic. This is a very American dish. And there's a limit of 1 pie per customer. You found an EPUB digital version of the cookbook, really? Pause chat. Allegedly, according to YouTube chat, we may have stumbled upon a digital version of the Mountain Dew cookbook. Also, like, it looks like there might be 2 versions. Was that the back side? Those pancakes look kind of interesting, but they're probably like a base. EPUB's a base. You hate PDFs? All your homies hate PDF. Goodness me. So, give me a second. So in Vietnamese culture, we have this thing called pandan cake. And it's a cake with green food coloring. They are usually like coconut flavored, but they can be any kind of flavor. So sometimes they're just regular cake, but you color it green. And so the what's it called? The green pancakes from the Mountain Dew remind me of pandan. No, the best pandan cake is chiffon style, chiffon cake with some buttercream in the middle. That's the best way to have it in my opinion. I'm a big fan of that one. But it looks really similar. It reminds me a lot of those pancakes. Yeah, pandan. Wait. Like, does this not look really similar to these pancakes? Like, these are basically the same food item. I could hand you both on a plate, and you may not know the difference. Chat, these are basically the same food item. Coffee and cake. Yeah, a lot of people do have coffee with pandan cake. That's cool. Like, see, look. This is basically... Look at these pancakes. Look at these pancakes. This is basically the same thing. They both occupy... Oh, okay. You can make the crepe thicker and then it becomes a pancake. Like, it's not that hard to turn a crepe into a pancake, yeah. It just depends on how much batter you apply, you know. Right? Don't they look really similar, chat? Don't you all see it? So I was looking like... I can't even look at this and say that it looks unappetizing. Like, I feel like the average American would be like, oh, green pancakes? That's so weird. And maybe if you're like a little hipster, you're like, ooh, matcha pancake. How exotic. I look at this and like, oh, they make that at the store all the time. Make that at the Vietnamese store all the time. You know, you walk down to... whatever place offers it in the style of pancakes. Because normally I do see it more in the style of cake than I do pancakes. But you know, it's not an unheard of thing. the reason why crepes are really popular in Vietnam is because we were occupied by the French. And so because we were occupied by the French, even though we can make really thick pancakes, we make crepes. That's what the French do. They make crepes. Like, yeah, they're very similar. Yeah, very similar. If anything, like, the green on this one looks a little bit more like minty. Not unholy, just an abomination. Yeah, they look really similar. So, again, like, this doesn't look extremely unappetizing. Like, I would probably look at that if you handed it to me. And I would probably just assume that you handed me a pandan pancake. I wouldn't sit there and be like, what weird stuff did you put in this pancake? And I would bite into it and be like, what is this pancake? Because it would taste nothing like pandan. You think the Mountain Dew pancakes slap? Maybe. It's hard to say. I haven't tried them. Obviously, I haven't tried them. I don't think they would be terrible. So, like, here's the thing, Chad. If you're gonna make something by, like, making weird foods, making pastries, or making, like, making desserts is one of, like, the easiest ways to, like, make a weird food. Because I feel like worst case scenario, even if it tastes kind of weird, there's usually like a sweetness to it that balances it out. So, you know. Look very similar. Like, the resemblance is uncanny. It is astonishing how similar. I mean, I guess they're both just green pancakes. I guess maybe it's not that surprising. It's surprising to me. I suppose to the average person it's probably not that surprising. Mountain Dew is just high-end sugary citrus cookies. Oh wait, chat, wait. Chat, wait. Open image in new tab. Chat, we have the recipe for the pancakes. Pause, chat, pause. This is huge. We have the... Chat, we have the recipe. We have the recipe for the pancake. This is huge, chat. Huge. Thank you for the follow. Alright, let's take a look at it. It says that the prep time is 15 minutes. You need 2 cups of buttermilk complete pancake and waffle mix. You need 1 cup of Mountain Dew. You need green... They have you use electric green food coloring. Chat, they have you use food coloring. The Mountain Dew doesn't have enough natural green dye within its waters to make the pancakes green. Like, what else is new? You put green food dye in the pan down. Anywho, they need 2... They have you use 2 whole cups of sugar? Wait. 1 cup of Mountain Dew. 2 cups of granulated sugar, a half cup of corn syrup, and then 2 cups of Mountain Dew again? What's the difference between Mountain Dew and Mountain Dew, like, copyright? Chat, y'all see this? Y'all see this over here in the corner. You see where it says 2 cups Mountain Dew divided? Y'all see that? Like, I'm not crazy, right? Y'all see this, right? Where it says 1 cup of Mountain Dew and 2 cups of Mountain Dew. But this Mountain Dew is copyrighted and this one's not copyrighted. Yeah, corn syrup. They have us put corn syrup in this thing. Hello, Flashlight. How are you? Chat, this is ridiculous. Ridiculous, I tell you. They have us put corn syrup in these guys' pancakes. And 2 whole cups of granulated sugar. This is such a sham. Okay, so the steps they tell you to Heat a skillet over medium-low heat. Or set your electric griddle to 375 degrees. You place a teaspoon of butter or oil on the griddle skillet. And once the butter foam subsides or the oil shimmers, that's how you know it's game on. Oh my god. Chat, the copy and the marketing. That's how you know it's game on, chat. Goodness me. In a medium-sized bowl, combine pancake mix and 1 cup of Mountain Dew. If you feel up to it, chat, pause. If you're feeling a little adventurous, add a few drops of electric green food coloring. It's not necessary, but it definitely makes this more fun. Chat, if you want fun, you need electric green food coloring. You would have made the cream cheese Mountain Dew drizzle instead. You ladle batter for each pancake onto your griddle skillet, making them any size you like. We don't judge. You turn your pancakes over once you see the bubbles rise up to the surface. This is true. That is how you cook a pancake. Catch you on the flip side. The marketing on this. Adjust heat as necessary. Cook until the second side is slightly brown. For the syrup. Ah, okay. Understood. That's why it's a completely... Because they have you make chat. This isn't just Mountain Dew pancakes. They're teaching you how to make Mountain Dew syrup. I don't know how the copyright symbol works. You're right. Maybe they only need to include it one time. You bring in the sugar, corn syrup, and 1 cup of Mountain Dew to boil on the stove top. You stir until the sugar dissolves. You turn off and heat once the mixture reaches 230 degrees Fahrenheit. Then you drizzle your pancakes with syrup and the butter if you're into it. And the tagline is, if you weren't a morning person before, you will be. Now eat up. You've earned it. That's crazy. Let's see. This other tagline. Mornings are hot. Pancakes help Mountain Dew. Makes them even better. We've got you covered, champ. They call you champ, chat. They call you champ. Goodness me. Goodness. This is page 21. 20 and 21, chat. How many other ridiculous, nonsensical recipes would they possibly have in this forbidden cookbook that costs over $200 USD? I'm sure there's someone who loves these. I'm not that someone. Shall we spend an hour talking about Mountain Dew cooking? And Mountain Dew related food items. Probably no, allegedly it's like 150 page. I cannot make this up. It's allegedly an 150 page cookbook, maybe. I cannot make this stuff up. This is an 100 and allegedly. I don't know if this one is the same one. Maybe there's more than one. I don't know. It looks like there's like 2 different ones. But one of the 2 is at least 150 pages. Which is great. Chat, Twitch chat's about to go in the ads. I think when the ads are done, it's about time we get the cards. They probably do tacos. I swear we saw some. I swear we had seen some. Even crazy. Oh, they for sure do a lot of things. They had a turkey recipe. They had a turkey recipe. I'm sure it's somewhere in the cookbook. They had a turkey recipe. It looks like they do chicken nuggets. They got an entire turkey recipe. They got wings. They have drinks. Why is Camp superior YouTube happening? Just sure wait, YouTube. Wait till I get YouTube monetized. I think that unironically, it does the ham. It would probably do the ham pretty well. Like, you get a Mountain Dew, like, honey ham, you know? I think unironically, the honey ham, like, spin on it would be reasonable. The person who made these Mountain Dew pancakes made them not really appetizing. Mountain Dew made a limited edition Baja Blast hot sauce. When did that happen? When did all of these things happen? How did I not hear about this? You wouldn't totally see that being off. Yeah, cool. Mountain Dew pickles. Mountain Dew anything, apparently. So I'm glad we were able to see the cute little pancake recipe. Chat, pause. Is this the same book? It might be a different book. I don't know if this is the same book or not. Dude does dinner. Actually, okay, here. It might be the same book. Butter breakfast. I'm not sure. They have a shrimp cocktail, chat. Just when you thought your favorite shellfish couldn't get... What do you mean? What do you mean couldn't get tastier? Whoa. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Chat. Why is everyone always trying to eat lobsters and shrimp? Let's talk about this. Let's be civil and have a discussion or something. Yeah, we're walking away from the shrimp cocktail. I feel threatened. They have grilled cheese sandwiches. I don't know how great that would be. But that seems to be a popular one to make. The wing sauce also looks crazy. We already looked at the shrimp cocktail. Surely Twitch chat over 20. And then we can head over. So, I'm gonna have to find out if my local Taco Bell offers this pie. Because if my local Taco Bell does not offer this pie, then there's no way we can get the pie. It's very exclusive item. Let me set this stage. Barbecue is American, thankfully. Let me set the stage, chat, and we can finally get to open the podcast. Thank you for joining us for the Mountain Dew not sponsored segment. Chat, do you all know? So I've ended my partnership with Roll because we only did that for a comedy bit. And now that we've done that, chat, we can now have Gatorade on stream or something. Why would we do that? I'm not entirely sure, but the option's there. People have seemed to like the pie or liked the pancakes. Which Mountain Dew item have people seemed to like? Tommy, I'm not telling you that Mountain Dew fried the rice. I really hope that Mountain Dew did not fry that rice. Really hoping it did not. Guys, we're getting the sleeves on. And now we will hop over to the hand cans. You're a fan of lemon and key lime pie. A lot of people are. It's not for everyone, but you know. For me, it really depends. Because sometimes the citrus taste is too much. I think the pie place I go to does a solid pie. Or it's not too overpowering, but it's very pleasant. However, not all places function like that. Y'all believe we spent an hour talking about Mountain Dew related food items? Alright, goodbye, helium pie. Sand Sally to the corner. And they're jumping over Injustice System. It needs the right kind of zest. Yeah, like, I don't think it's as simple as just doing it, you know, making the pie. Oh, thanks again to Zephyr Arcade for including these extra packs for us. We have Doom of Dimensions, Duelist Advance, the Oshi Push Pippa Starter Deck. Shout out Bushin and Nemis. And we will first conduct Money Mondays to see if we open a Lestral Shattered Store. So pause as I get up the audio for Money Monday. Alright, here we go, chat.
Sandwiched on a dragon scale, and that's what started dragging nails. Around the room the rulers flew, but Sansali knew what to do. She climbed on the backs of her dragon friends, now the adventures never end. Dragon nails, it's almost time for dragon nails. God, why did you buy them out? Let's all get some dragon nails.
Alright, chat. It's time to check the current marketplace. We're gonna refresh the costume. Shoutouts, like chat. The current market price of Dragon Nails is 38 cents. We're going strong. We're going strong. Today is the 10th. So 3 days ago, or 7 days ago, it was 40 cents. Chat, we are within the 5-cent range. For those of y'all who don't know how Money Monday works, we check the current market price of Dragon Nails. If it is up or down within 5 cents, we open 1 pack. If it is up by 5 or more cents, like over 5 cents, we open 2 packs. If it is down horrendous, as the kids say, if we are at an entire loss, we open 0 packs of Shattered Stars. So chat, Dragon Alice is looking really strong now. It's looking real strong these days. We are going to open 1 pack of Shattered Stars. Very solid economy. So they started doing this new thing with Shattered Stars where each bundle has its own individual packaging. So inside of this pack comes 3 packs. And there's a sticker. We got regular bracelets. And we will go ahead and take out one of these 3 packs. And for the rules of Money Monday, we will be opening 1 pack. This is Shattered Stars Celebration. I think this is Celebration one. So how Shattered Stars works is they have like a theme, and every month it's just additional alt art reprintings of certain cards. And this is with Alestro's new manufacturer, the American manufacturer. In the past, Celestial's packaging was very tough to open. This has its own, struggle. So this is, or maybe we haven't made celebrations yet. Let's see. This is Alt Art Romantis. Alt Art Foamy Champion of Poseidon. Which that's very cute. Ah, here we go. This is Celebrations Boom Bat from the fan art content. Hello, Tangsten. Thank you for the prime. Welcome on, yeah. This is Jolton. I believe all taught Jolton. This is all taught Nimbuk. This is the Alt Art Blistrix. Now, this is actually kind of important. Blistrix has only been printed as a foil so far. So this is the first non-printing foil of Blistrix. Yeah, these are very thick cards. Alestro's cards are standard size. Thank you again for the prime. Thank you for supporting our snack and card game endeavors. I really like this Blistrix art. I think it's very pretty one. We have Luna Phase Full Moon for the first, well, technically second time. This is the first alt art print, no, the second alt art printing, but the first alt art printing that is non-hollow. We have the reverse stellar Funglo charts. Chat, let's go. We've hit the reverse stellar. It's just that simple, chat. It's just that you will win, chat. You will win, chat. You know, they say all great gamblers are on the verge of a great win. Chat, never stop. I'm just kidding. And we have the Alt Art Gorgons. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of this one. It's interesting. And then we have a Foil Spirit. Very solid alt art opening. Very solid Shattered Stars Money Monday. We're up, chat. We're really up. This is also like one of the better reverse stellars. Kind of. I don't know how often this is played actually, but Funglo is pretty popular, so you know. I think we take those, chat. Very solid. Very solid. Alright, with the Lestros and Money Monday out of the way, we can now begin opening. Chat, do we open the Pippa starter deck first, or do we continue to gamble? What do y'all think, chat? It occurs to me we've had no music for the past like 5 minutes. Let's go like half. Thank you for the follow. Let's go like half. Wow, you subbed before you followed. That's what a real fan. That's a real fan, chat. That's a real fan. Let's open Doom of Dimensions first. Then we'll open the Pippa starter deck. Then we can finish off with Duelist Advance. Surely. This is the most pay for Yu-Gi-Oh! Like I've ever opened. I play primarily Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Hello Zane, Villain Zane on YouTube. How am I not too shabby? How are you? What are you talking about? I'm right here. Look at that, look at that. I have very average size claws, okay? Very average size claws. Anywho. Sphinx of Disciple. Okiku's Discount. Horse Copycat of Noble Art. Corbis, the Galley Gun. Double Fusion is our... I actually don't know this rarity. I suppose it's shiny. Tao Tao the Enchanter. Miasma Necromancer. Dark Contract with the Zero King and... That is not a lizard. If Polymerization so good, why isn't there a Polymerization 2? Surely there's a second Polymerization. There's like at least 3. I hope you're doing well as well, Zane. Thanks for stopping by. We were opening some Celestials really quick. We're about to learn how to play Oshi Push. I think. Yeah, there's Super Poly. How about like Fossil Fusion? Fossil Fusion, right? Serena, Psychic Sword Twist. Shout out to Woman. Tragic Twin Twisted Doors. Wake Up Magia. Okiku's Discount. Regenesis Overlord. Volto. DD Land Soldier. Megalith Fullock. You'll realize Overdrive and Silk Bomb Moth. Chat, we have 2 more packs to get our lizard. I would like to pull a lizard. Like, I know we don't want to play a set of lizards, but I'm just particularly taken with the lizard. Fleeting Flower of the Magician. Gassian Hunting Spirit of the Deep Forest. Disguise the Copycat Hero. A Puck Cavities. We have K9 66X Jax. Not sure if this is a good one or not, but K9. Shout out K9. The girl that looks like Kindred. The Blade. Twilight Rose Black Knight. Not a lizard. Chat, we only have 1 more chance at a lizard. The stakes really aren't that high, but I would like a lizard. Actually, For learning how to play Oshi Push, it's probably better to open all the Yu-Gi-Oh now, huh? Am I ready to pull a secret in this pack? Surely. Surely this is the pack, chat. Surely. We have DD Defense Soldier. Megalith Anastasia. Gochi Shikoku. Inferno Punisher. Radiant Typhoon Swen. Well, I suppose it's a woman. Did we already pull this woman? I can't remember if we have this one or not. That's a hit? This one's a hit? Isn't this like an ulti at best? I don't know. I don't open this set. Chat, someone with real Yu-Gi-Oh knowledge. We'll look it up later. Show you the price. So there's a lot of Radiant Typhoons. God, Magical Beast. Sulfur Cord Happiness. It's the last card. Lizard. No, lizard! Chat. Doesn't even matter if there's no lizard. Ollie, is this one of the better like, do you actually want this Radiant Typhoon, or is this one a bozo? Chat, no lizard. Yes, you want it. Alright. Well, I suppose at least it's playable, chat. I think half the struggle in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is actually pulling playable cards. However, I will say, despite opening a box and like 4 packs of Doom of Dimensions, I don't think we have enough to like run a Genesis deck. But that's fine. We'll just open Duelist Advance now, because we're gonna learn how to play Oshi Push, and that's gonna be like its own segment. Maybe pour some more packs. Maybe play Yu-Gi-Oh! Math. Anywho. Duelist Advance. You would know if they were slashable with Goblin Bites, Ollie. Thank you, Ollie. As you were, Ollie. As you were. This one is a lot more... This one's nicer to open than the other one. I like opening this pack. Like the material and the way that it opens is really satisfying. We have Heroic Champion, Magnum Excalibur, Layer 19, Sudden Incursion, Super Quality Black, Super Quanto Fairy Zetian. Oh, the new Super Quanto. Valiant, the Super Size Sky Blaster. We have RB Funk Dog. I don't think this is the very good one. I have not read it. Yo, chat, pause. Angry Book. Okay, this is the real hit, chat. Chat, wake up. Chat, everyone wake up. We got Angry Burger. Chat, wake up. This is hype. Look at Angry Burger. Look how angry he is. Hey yo, shout out to Angry Burger. Psychic Omnibuster, the Monarch's Master Plan, and Return of the Duelist. No, we can't pull Lizard in this pack anymore. We only had 4 packs of Doom of Dimensions. We're on Duelist Advance now. Hello, Rika. How are you? It's been a little bit. True, Monarch's Mansion. Chat, shout out to Angry Boy. Yeah, we have 3 packs left of Duelist Advance. You were excited for RB, but the second wave hit and you were really bad. I hope you've been well, Rika. Why is the booger angry? I don't know, probably inflation or something. The rising price in its ingredients means that it can no longer be as accessible to the average duelist. Super Quanto Fairy Zetian. Vanquish Soul Store. Moon Magician. Leia 19. Sudden Inclusion Super Quantum Black. RB Valkan Walk. Man! Unbreakable XC Spellia. Gaia Stream. The Graceful Force. Shipping Error. It's one of these goblin calls. Chat, look at the Moki Moki. There's one that's angry. Why is he so upset? What's the problem with this little bozo? Absolute action. How many nothing boogers come? Well, like... Look, chat, for every angry booger, which is a banger card, you have like 5 RB cards, you know. It is what it is, chat. It is what it is. How many angry boogers do I want? I think a playset would be cool. Realistically, we're probably not getting a playset. Miracle Wave Hit. Oh my god. Chat, look at the... Look at the bird. Sitting with his little priest outfit. Look at this guy. He's like, worship me. Worship me. It's so cute. That's a penguin. It says Raven in the name. You know, she spells socks, just saying it is what it is in Spanish. Interesting. You know what? I would follow his leadership. He's got aura. Wake up, Mocha. Inferno of the Ashes. Leo the Dawn's Light. Secretion Dragon. Chat, does anyone know this card? I've never seen this card before in my life. Chat, anyone recognize this bozo? Is this your hooligan? Duelist? Duelist, wake up. Is this your hooligan? Is anyone going to claim this hooligan? Do you know this hooligan? Okay, this is a bozo. Understood. Art Mage Succession. Miasma Dragon Tistina. Yo, chat, second Angry Burger, let's go! Huge. Chat, ignore everything else. Second Angry Burger. We're one Angry Burger away from a playset. Let's go. We actually got a second Angry Burger. Chat, y'all don't understand the stakes on this. If we pull an entire playset of Angry Burger out of 4 packs, that's insane. Don't worry, I won't quote you on it. Yeah, this is our last Yu-Gi-Oh pack for tonight. So our last Yu-Gi-Oh pack, we have Luna Knight Masquerade. Prototype Psychic Blast. Spirit Poacher. No! Is that the Crystal Beast? Yeah, they're poaching Crystal Beast. That's evil as hell. Dark Glass Swordsman. Luna Light Liga Dancer. Surely this like sells for like $1, right? Surely this sells for like $1 or something. Surely this woman sells for $1. Return of the Duelist. Psychic Omnibuster. Art Mage Vandalism Assault. Chat, this is the last card. I sure hope there's Angry Burger. Courses! No Angry Burger. Alright. Well, I suppose 2 Angry Burger is pretty darn good. I suppose, shall we check the prices on our burgers? First we have Lunalight. Lunalight like a from Duelist Advance. Man, this thing is cheaper than Dragon Nail. Chat, this thing is cheaper than Dragon Nail. Goodness me. Chat, Dragon Nail was like 38 cents. This thing is cheaper than Dragon Nail. What is this one? Wait, what? No, there's no way it's that expensive, right? What? Wait, there's no way this card is a hit. No, I refuse to believe that this card is a hit, chat. I refuse. I refuse to believe this card is a hit. This thing is a puzzle. There's no way this is going for like $27. Who bought the market out on this thing, chat? What happened? Who bought the market out on this bozo? Wait, boom, money maker. Hello, Matt Voice Animation. Welcome on. But, chat, who in the Ava Max bought out this bozo? Like, okay, $20 for Yu-Gi-Oh card is still, like, really good. Ah, shoot. What? But even once this card. It was you did this? Goodness. Alright, well, I suppose, I don't even know if I have a shop to sell this. It goes in Draco account. Well, like, sure, but like, so what? Let's see. Let me read the actual effect of this card. Now, let's just actually read what this does. 1 dragon monster puts 1 spell caster monster. Its card loses 1,000 attack for each one of your banished cards. While you control a fusion summon card, your opponent cannot activate the effects of special summon dragons or spellcasters they control. You can target 1 dragon and 1 spellcaster monster in the graveyard. Special summon 1, and if you do, place the other at the bottom of the deck. Ah, okay, I understand. The effect wins you the mirror. The effect wins you the mirror. That's why this card is good. But also, like, I guess it's also like an extender, I suppose. Like, it lets you float something from grave. And cycle back the other, but... I feel like the primary use of this is some kind of, like, mirror match floodgate, you know? I suppose, like, it's an all-white effect. I wouldn't say it's the greatest effect in the world, but, you know, maybe Pippa's just so low power, we don't know. I suppose we should look up the other, like, rares. Like, I don't think Regenesis Overlord is worth very much, but... I could be surprised. Yeah, this thing is worth, like, 16 cents. Alright. Super Poly target? I suppose it's a Super Poly target. Radiant Typhoon Swan. Okay, yeah, $4. I guess at one point it was like $8. What else should we pull? We pulled K9. 66. Jacks. torso really wasn't worth a lot, but I'm surprised that one dragon is worth so much. It's a free fusion summon. Is it? Well, it doesn't say that you can like contact fusion it. You still have to like commit a card that can fusion summon. I don't know. Like I don't play Draco Tail, so maybe I'm just out of the loop now. But I suppose. Yeah. Who would have thought that this guy would be worth so much? Goodness me. It kind of makes me want to check out hits from the other box. Maybe they are worth a lot too. I should probably sell this guy like ASAP. Probably. Because I don't think I'm gonna play Draco Tail. And I'm sure that he will only lower in value as time goes on. Shout out to Angry Poker. How interesting. Let us venture a foray into the world of Oshi. I don't think these starter decks have any special cards in them outside of the initial card base. Let's also drink some water. Art stream. 2 hours into the alleged art stream. Alright. The top of the box, we have the Pippa logo. So, out of the box... out of the box, we have a couple different things. I don't know if these are the same... Okay, so we have an Oshi Push poster. Let me see if we can unfold this whole thing. We have an Oshi Push poster, which is the... I guess also doubles as a playmat. The back of this has a glossary. We have to read the glossary later. We'll get to reading later. I believe this is the actual, like, rules, so we'll get to that later, too. So, per what the starter deck states, it comes with 17 numbered tokens. You punch them out of this little cardboard thing. 17 numbered tokens and a first player token. Next off, we have the entire starter deck. So I suppose we'll just go through every card in the starter deck. This is the Pippa starter deck, so I'd imagine this is all Pippa themed. So this is a Persona card. And this is Pippa. This is also Pippa. This is a upgrade Pippa. We have multiple copies of the upgrade Pippa. We have this Pippa, which is a little bit hollow in the background, if you see the hollow. We have another upgrade Pippa. There is a Tenma Game Flavor of the Week card. A content card. We have a debut stream card. OBS for Dummies. We have another Hollow Pippa. Pippa the Whipper. Play only if your persona is Pippa. So this is a Pippa locked card. So you get a couple hollow cards in the deck, which is interesting. Another content card. A Gorilla Stream. Get 2 of those. Okay, this kind of bothers me that the debut stream card down here was out of order. This is a very cute Pippa though. Courtroom roleplay. Very cute Pippa. I think the black makes her hair pop very much. I like her braid. You laugh, you lose content card. With the temple. Another Pippa. A birthday special. That is not a Pippa. Continue gameplay content card. We have 2 of those. Also not a Pippa. Another content card. When played, you get to draw a card. Fundraiser. It's very cute, huh? A Temma. Dropping call. Another hollow Pippa card. Vomit drawer. Vomit drawer, my bad. There's no mold and no more vomit drawer. Whoa. You get 2 of these. 3 of these. Wow, very important. Okay, yeah, okay. You see this, right? Where we had 3 of these. And now there's another. I don't like how these aren't, like, put together in order. Maybe they're structured so that you can, like, play them straight out of the box as a demo deck or something, but who knows. This is Let Them Cook. With 2 women that look like they should be cooking. This is Moldy Bread. Another Moldy Bread. Mukbang ASMR. There's 2 of those. My Time. Hype. React Meta. Big cheese. Whatever that means. Watch along. This is a platform. The platform Click Clock. Interesting. This is another platform. So exciting. This is Rapid Kelly. I don't know what the platform cards are, but we'll find out soon. This one is Sad Girl Company. This one is Sudden Clips. And then we have a full art Pippa card. I don't think it's hollow, but this is an alt art of the debut Pippa. And then we have another debut, which is this one. Hello, Humble Hibiscus. So now that we have all of these cards, we'll look over all of the cards. It's time to actually read the rules, I suppose. Okay, these things are slipping and sliding. Is there a digital version of this so y'all can look at it while I read it? I wonder. Pause. Let me see if there's a digital version of these. Ah, okay, there is a digital version I can throw up for y'all. Alright. We can go through this together, surely. Even doing quite well, though. Compete for online fame in Oshi Push. A collectible card game where players become VTubers aiming for digital glory. Use content cards to boost your influence, capture platforms, and grow your subscriber total. The first player to reach 1 million subscribers wins. Pick your favorite VTuber and dominate social media in this strategic game. They explain what a VTuber is. We're going to ignore that. So there are 5 types of cards. 5 types of cards. There was a persona card, an upgrade card, a content, action, and platform card. So for the persona cards, a persona card is the VTuber you represent. Each one has a base influence stat for platforms and a base bit stat for earning, for starting money and earnings. There's a quantity in this game. They also have a unique ability. Every persona also has a color and a genre associated with them. So how to use? You start with your chosen persona in play. Upgrades make them more powerful, and by increasing their influence and bit stats and adding in new abilities, you place upgrade cards on top of your persona. Remember, your deck can only include cards that match the color or genre of your persona. That is kind of interesting. Normally it is like a color lock thing for most games. It's like the equivalent of saying, you can only play either all Draco Tail cards or Draco Tail and Dragon cards, basically. Or like you can only play all Fire Attribute cards or all Tenpai cards. Something similar to that. So let's see, an upgrade. Upgrade cards are enhanced versions of your persona with improved stats and abilities. How you use them is you place the upgrade card up on top of your existing persona. So kind of like a ride in Vanguard, I think. Content cards. Content cards represent video content produced by your VTuber. They boost your influence on platforms and stay in play unless removed. So you play these cards on platforms to increase your influence. They are deleted when the platform they're on is captured. Okay, so I wonder if platforms are like a shared onboard resource between both players. Let's see, action cards. Single-use cards that affect game doing content or platform phases. You play actions to shift influence or activate abilities. Discard them after use. And now the aforementioned platform cards. I should probably update the title for Learning Oshi Push, then on. There we go. Updating the title. So let's see. Digital platforms players try to capture. Each has a popularity threshold and they add to your subscriber count when captured. How to use them. Battle over platforms when the platform phase. Platforms are captured by reaching their popularity threshold. So there's a lot of icons. There was a genre icon. Remember that you can only play decks of the same genre. So Pippa, let's see. Pippa is a let me try to find her icon. Pippa is a Zatsudon genre. Am I a Zatsudon genre? Is that me? Any. So there's 4 main types of genres: experienced, creative, Zatsudons, and poggers. Whatever that means. You have a cost icon. You have an influence icon and bits icon. I guess you earn money. A popularity icon. And subscribers. So it's how you read the card. They're sure of a lot of things on the card. I'm sure we don't need to read the card. So let's see. Building a deck. As the collectible card came, Oshi Push encourages players to experiment by building new and unique decks. Players wishing to build their own decks must follow these rules. You must choose a persona, which determines which cards you can include in your deck. Each persona is linked to a specific shape, color, and genre. You select cards for your draw deck. You can add any cards that match the color, genre, or both your persona to your draw deck. Your draw deck should include 3 types of cards: actions, upgrades, and content. Which means that platforms and persona cards are separate from the draw deck. The exact number of each will change based on your strategy. So in terms of deck size and limit, your draw deck must have exactly 40 cards, not including your persona. You may not include more than 3 copies of any single card in your draw deck. So that's pretty standard for a lot of card games these days, to be honest. Pretty standard overall. You can build your own platform deck. And it must consist of 5 platform cards with no duplicates allowed. Different shapes have been associated with different colors to allow for colorblind accessibility. That's nice. One Piece does something similar. But it's determined by the hexagon. So let's see. Start in a game. So you put your persona face up. You add bits to your bank based on your persona's bit stat. So for example, Pippa would start with, let's see, Pippa starts with 3. Oshi markers are tokens that are used to keep track of your bits, as well as your popularity on platforms. Okay. That's what the little tokens are for. You think all the tokens were the same, or do you think the Pippa ones just happen to be the funny ones? So each player shuffles their draw deck, places it face down in their studio, and draws 5 cards into their hand. You may mulligan once by shuffling your 5 cards back into the deck and draw a new hand of 5 cards. Very Bondi. You shuffle your platform deck and place it face down. You randomly decide the first player, and they get the first player token. So there was a platform roll. The platform roll consists of 3 platform cards for players to clash over. Starting with the first player and proceeding clockwise, players take turns, revealing the top card for their platform deck and placing it in the center. You continue until 3 platform cards have revealed in the platform roll. So I guess this is what it looks like for the game setup. This is your studio. So in terms of the gameplay, Oshi pushes played over a series of rounds. Each round, players take turns playing cards in their hand to boost their influence. When a platform reaches its popularity threshold, the player with the most popularity on that platform captures it, adding its subscribers to their subscriber total. The first player to reach a million subscribers wins the game. So the round structure has 3 phases. There's a content, platform, and refresh phase. And let's see, the play cards. So bits are essentially your mana. It sounds like you can also like save your mana across multiple turns. So upgrade cards enhance your persona and are played during the content phase. You place the upgrade card face up on top of your persona. Content cards are usually played during the content phase and must be placed on a platform your persona is currently at, unless a card states otherwise. Action cards can be played either during the content or platform phases. They take effect immediately and then are then discarded. Note, some cards have the special keyword discard. That means you can discard the card from your hand to the trash for a special effect that you would not hit otherwise. It is a replacement effect for playing the card normally. I'm not sure how they decide where a platform is, but I'm sure they'll explain it in a moment. Let's see. We're starting with the first phase, the content. At the start of the content phase, each player assigns their persona to a platform, starting with the first player moving clockwise. Players move their persona from their studio to one of the platforms in the platform world, taking actions. After all personas are assigned, the first player takes their turn. On your turn, you perform the following actions. 1. Play a card. Pay its cost, either put it into play or resolve its effect. 2. Activate an ability. You will perform one of the following actions. Okay, so you can only choose to do one of these 3 things. Well, I guess 4. Interesting. Switch, you're about to head down. So you can activate an ability. Use the activate ability on a card already in play. Each ability can only be used once per round. You may not activate cards in your hand. Use a discard ability. Discard a card from your hand into the trash. Use its discard ability. Or you can pass. If you can't or don't want to take an action, you must pass. Important. If your opponents do not also pass, you'll get another chance to take an action. So there's a non-zero chance that you can pass. Wait to see if your opponent does anything. And if your opponent does something, you'll get a chance to do something before the content phase ends. Ending the content phase. The phase continues with players taking turns until all players consecutively pass. Once this happens, the game moves on to the platform phase. So during the platform phase, players compete for influence on the platforms in the platform world. I'm assuming you just move whatever character you want in front of a platform. And I guess that's how you decide. The only thing that's confusing me is that there's like multiple copies of each card in front of the platform. So I'm not sure if that means that you can have multiple personas that you move to each platform, or if perhaps those are like other cards. Hello, Floopies. We already did the economy check, but we can run it back one more time. Welcome on in. Chat, we're gonna take a brief pause to do an economy check. for you on YouTube. This is a Twitch with me. It's one of the VTuber TCGs, yeah.
Sandwiched on a dragon scale, and that's what started dragging nails. Around the room the rulers flew, but Sansely knew what to do. She climbed on the backs of her dragon friends, now the adventures never end. Dragon nails, it's almost time for dragon nails. God, why did you buy them out? Let's all get some dragon nails.
Alright. Let's check the current market price of dragon nails. We'll refresh for the plus 30. Yeah, the current market price of dragon nails is not during the duration of this stream. We are still at 38 cents on the dollar. Dragon nails looking pretty solid. We are on an upward. We are not yet at an all-time high, but we are raising higher than heights. Very solid. Thank you for the economy check. Alright, let's get back to learning how Oshi works. So let's see. During the platform phase, you clash. Players compete for influence on platforms in the platform mode. This is called a clash. The players with the most influence on a platform gains popularity there. When the popularity threshold is reached by a player, they capture the platform and added subscribers to their total. So choosing the resolution order. The player with the first player token decides the direction for resolving platforms. You can start from the left to the right, but cannot start with the center platform. Interesting. So it looks like if you don't meet your opponent on a platform, you can just uncontestedly, I guess, accumulate points on one of these platforms. Players classify each platform in turn. Starting with the first player, each player takes a single action on their turn by doing the following. Playing an action card, activating an ability, or discarding a discard ability. If you can't or don't wish to act, you must pass. Players continue taking turns until all the players pass consecutively. As with the content phase, you will get another chance to take an action if your opponent does not also pass. So resolving a clash. After all players clash, resolve the platform as follows. Add up your total influence from persona or upgrade and content cards on the platform. Compare your total to each of the other players' influence. The winner is the player with the most influence. They gain 1 popularity on that platform. Place an Oshi marker on the card. They also gain any clash reward on the platform. So how do players with the same Oshi keep track of whose tokens are who? I'm sure they didn't really think that far. Like, I'm sure the players can figure it out by themselves, but anywho. If there's a tie, no popularity or clash reward is given. Important. If you are the only player with influence on a given platform, you automatically win the clash there. Ah, okay, so as expected. Capturing a platform. If a player's popularity on a platform meets or exceeds its popularity threshold at any time, they capture the platform. Follow these steps. The winner moves the platform card next to their studio and adds its subscribers to their total. If you reach 1 million subscribers, you win the game. Other players convert their popularity on the platform into bits and add them to their bank. So you just take back your markers and you get cashed out if you lose on the platform. All players delete their content cards from the captured platform. You move them to your trash. So once you commit a content card to one of the platforms, that's kind of the done deal. The player to the left of the one who captured the platform reveals a new platform card from their deck to replace the captured one. Specifically the player to the left. That is an interesting choice. Finish resolving the platform phase. Resolve crashes at all platforms one by one, then proceed to the refresh phase. So in the refresh phase, each player moves their persona or their upgrade cards back to their studio. You collect bits. Each player receives bits equal to the bit stats on their persona or upgrade card and add them to their bank. You draw and discard. Each player draws one card from their draw deck. If they have more than 7 cards in your hand, you discard down to 7. So we have a hand limit size in this game. And then they pass the first player token. So I guess at each alternating turn, each person has a separate opportunity to have the first initiative as the player. Which is kind of interesting. Oh, Mellow Man. That's kind of an interesting take. I haven't played a lot of TCGs that don't follow like a very linear path order for play, like for what's the word? Player priority. I think that is Mitsurugi. Unfortunately, I'm not actually... Okay, call me a fake fan, chat, because I'm gonna own up to being a fake fan. I didn't know about Face Connect really until this year. I think I recognize one of the other girls that isn't Pippa or Temma from I believe my model mama Bebe had done an art for them a long time ago. For like one of their, maybe like either like a birthday or like a cover or something. I didn't know they were like part of a company. I kind of don't keep up with that stuff too much. But we're learning how to play Oshi Push because we have the Pippa starter deck now, so we're reading the rules. But instead of me reading the rules on paper, I brought it up online so we could read it together. And I guess they have like a variant for gameplay, like a battle royale mode, which is interesting. Oh, there's also the glossary chat. They include a glossary for you to read over. Y'all can hear the terms of the game. So, our first glossary word is going to be activate. It's a keyword that precedes some ability text, indicating that a player can use their action during the turn to activate that ability and gain its effect. A boost number is a keyword that precedes some effect text. When playing a card with a boost number, a player may spend the indicated amount of bits in addition to the card's normal cost to gain the listed effect. Okay, so some cards you can pay additional mana to gain more effect. Crash is every time a platform is resolved on a platform phase. You only like Labyrinth? I am a fan of Tindangle, but I like a lot of other Yu-Gi-Oh! Archetypes too. Like if I really quick close this. We were opening some Duelist Advanced today. I how, like, I'm surprised. Allegedly, this is like a $20-$30 card or something. This guy looks like a bozo, but I suppose we've learned after the fact he's a super poly target that floats a body and it dumps a resource back into the deck. So I suppose that's not terrible. So no, you have considered to wander Clash if you're the only player with influence on the platform. A Clash reward. So some cards will offer a Clash reward. Any player that wins a Clash on a platform earns any Clash rewards printed on that platform, as well as each Clash reward on cards they control at that platform. You hate it? I've never seen this card before until now. I played Master Duel, so... Usually Pippa has the cards before Master Duel. Though, I will say it was really interesting that, like, specifically with Snake Eyes, that the release of Snake Eyes came out digital before it hit paper. It was a really unique window. Alright. Delete. Many cards will allow you to delete content cards from play. When a content card is deleted, place it into its owner's trash. Content is also deleted when a platform is captured. Discard lets you discard effect dominating. A player is considered to be dominating a platform if they have the highest number of content cards played on the platform. No. Dominating does not necessarily mean a player has the highest influence. No player is considered to be dominating if the number of content cards are tied. Interesting. Bits. Players earn bits as indicated by their current persona or upgrade card at the start of the game and during each refresh phase. Players must spend bits to play cards in their hand. Unused bits are saved in the bank until spent in later rounds. Okay. So my intuition was correct. You can save your mana in this game. So, influence. Persona, upgrade, and content cards all have an influence stat that contributes to the player's total influence on the platform the card is on. The player with the most influence on each platform during the platform phase will gain popularity on that platform. You thought about completing the Duelist Advanced set, but you're either gonna buy singles or wait for Burst Protocol. To be honest, the way has always been going for singles, chat. I think unless you want to be supporting your LGS, which I think that's also valid if you want to buy product to support your local game store. I think that's proper. But if you're trying to be like conscious, it is always more budget friendly to go with singles. With a couple exceptions. But those exceptions are very few and far between. Oh, kickback. When you have an upgrade or content with kickback on a platform, you will earn the indicated effect each time you lose a clash on the platform. Interesting. So there are cards that will benefit you if you lose. Though I will say, chat, I'm not sure if you want to play a strategy that requires your Oshi to lose. Oshi markers are used to represent bits and track popularity. When you gain bits, add that many Oshi markers to your bank. When you spend bits, remove that many Oshi markers from your bank on this board. When you gain popularity on a platform, place one Oshi marker on that platform card. When your number of Oshi markers on a given platform meets or exceeds that platform's popularity threshold, you capture that platform. Oshi markers are meant to be unlimited. If you run out of markers, use a suitable substitute like Fight. Popularity. The player team with the most influence on a platform during a clash will earn popularity on that platform. The popularity threshold. Each platform has a popularity threshold. As soon as the player or team has popularity on their platform equal or greater to the popularity threshold, they capture that platform. Steal. When an effect instructs you to obtain popularity from an opponent on a platform, remove your opponent's popularity from the platform equal to the amount indicated by the effect. Then gain the popularity on the platform equal to the amount removed. subscribers. Typically, each cafe platform awards players with some number of subscribers, which are added to that player's subscriber total. That was the total is the combined of all subscribers across all platforms you capture. When this number reaches 1 million subscribers or more, you win. And each player has a trash that sources their Discord pile, deleted content, and discarded cards go to your trash. Alright. Apparently, they have a rarity called Shrimp. Shrimp is a hand-signed signature serialized card. There is a Kami card, which is supposed to be serialized 1 out of 10 all time. And then there is an Aka Super, which is serialized at 1 out of 100. When do you play? Hello, welcome on. How are you, Lord? When's the Discord tourney for Oshi Push? Hello, Nemnis. I'm not sure how fun the game is because we haven't played yet. When do you get your Shrimp Select card? I'm waiting to see if I can get a prototype made in metal for you. If I can't get a prototype made in metal, we're gonna go with either plastic or acrylic. Or maybe wood. So I've been waiting to hear back for proper information on if I can get you one made in metal. Because I think that would be cool, obviously. I think people like metal, token cards. I think that's supposed to be, fancy. I personally think I could get away with something like plastic, but... Oh, you meant more for Oshi Push? Good question. I don't know if Oshi Push is open to anyone that's not from Face Connect. So I'm not sure if I can answer that question proper. It would be cute. It would be cute. To have a 1 out of 1 alternate sand sleeve. But hard plastic is good too. Yeah, I was thinking if I can't do metal, I'll see if we can get a wood engraved, wood printed one maybe. You sub, thank you. Okay, chat, pause. We need to take we have something really important to do. Give me a second. How to get YouTube sub to show up. Okay, that's not my browser. Whoopsie. To get YouTube subs to show up as streamer. Oh, I hate this AI overview thing. Use a tool called Sammy. Streamlabs. Maybe I can do it via Streamlabs. Okay, so let's see. You can set up via Stream Elements. So they have other options that aren't Stream Elements. Stream Designs. You have something that's not... Okay, pause. OBS. Okay. No. We might have to use Streamlabs. Which I guess makes sense. So Stream Elements. Wait, why can't I use Streamlabs? I guess Stream Elements would be how you do it, I suppose. Thank you, I do like co-op. So here's the thing, chat. I don't know how to actually get YouTube to pop up like Twitch does for this. So I can't have YouTube chat on the screen, allegedly. But I think having the YouTube sub alert would be nice. But it's the same thing as a follow, you know. I don't know if it has tabletop sim or not. So if I'm understanding this proper, if I am understanding this proper, I have my persona card. And we place it here. I take out my 5 platforms and I put them face down. We have our platform decks here. We have our trash here. And we have our draw deck here. I think these are both the same. This is just an alt-art Pippa. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like my playmat. It's me, Fancy. It's actually, see, it's actually a disc. Yeah, don't tell anyone. I will say I tried to make it very affordable. It is $25 is a bit more than I guess you would get a playmat for from like official companies, but I think I do a better price than some of the other like people who sell like desk mats and playmats. I think $25 USD is a reasonable price, all things considered. These look like One Piece cards. They do kind of have that energy. I do kind of see that. In casual wear. I think this is like one of my... I think my current outfit is pretty casual. This is my card game outfit. This is regional Santon. Pause. I gotta bring up the deep lore. So here, let's go to how do I pause? Let me go to my card chat. Let me locate my card. Let me locate my card and then we can go through all the Sansily websites. Why not? Really quick. Very important Sansily websiting. If y'all want to support the merch store, you can go to the merch store that I spent time to set up. I did all the images. I took the time to set up the website. And I added these waiting lobsters to the HTML because why not? So if y'all wanted Sansily merch, you can support Sansily on the Sansily website. We have merch featuring some alternative Sansily outfits. This is regional Sansily. It's the outfit I wear to IRL card game events that I designed myself. We have the Sansily desk mat. Playmat soon TM incoming at some point in the far future. You can get one of 2 Sansily standees featuring Sailor Sand, the alt outfit, designed by Milan. And the fan favorite Sansily keychain, drawn by Pella404. Where did I get my sleeves? I have card sleeves. Although these aren't sleeves, these are prints. I don't have card sleeves yet. I'm looking into them. We head back to the card. You think Brandon got first place at YCS Pittsburgh? So if y'all check out the reference page on the card. This is our base outfit. Shoutouts to our character designer Norvosk /Y. Shoutouts to our artist and model Mama Baby. Shoutouts to a lot of people don't know this chat. The wigger for my model is Celia. Shoutouts to Celia for the wigging on this model. She will not be the wigger for the next model. She's far too busy. Obligatory key visuals for Sansily. Then we have regional Sansily. We have the Sailor Sam outfit. And then we have base Sansily. YouTube probably does not know. Full name, Santon Salieri. Sansily visual. We can put this away now. Let us continue setting up Oshi push. Branded in some other engine. Interesting. We have our draw deck here, our trash. at the start of the game, we set up 3 platforms. Each player sets up one separately. So I suppose if you're going for it, it's you, the opponent, then you. You've never seen Sailor Santon? I mean, it's not an outfit I have on the model, so... It's not an outfit I have on the model, though it does show up sometimes. It shows up a lot in, like, thumbnails, but back when I used to, back when I would post stream schedules, you would see a lot. So again, we have the 3 phases. The content phase. Well, first we have to draw 5. So I need to shuffle. I really don't want to shuffle an unsleeved deck. Let us just go through the motions. Let us just go through the motions. I will just pick out 5 cards from any random point in the deck. Because I do not want to shuffle these. It's kind of my pet peeve. I am not going to bridge shuffle them with no sleeves. I'm not an animal. So that we're all on the same page. You start with 5 cards in your starting hand. And you have the option to mulligan. If you do mulligan, it is a 4 mulligan. So at the start of the content phase, or first you have to set up the game. So you put your persona face up. You would collect your bits. We have to pop these out, but let's just collect our bits. Bits are the little orange thing. Pippa gives us 3 bits to start with. So we would start with 3 bits. Ever heard of the TCG Altered? Apparently I've heard of it today. So you would get your bits based on your Persona's bits now. Let's just pretend I have the first player token. We reveal the platform cards. Okay, we have that all set up. So at the start of the content phase, I assign my persona to a platform. So I would pick one of these 3 platforms. I would say I want to put Pippa on... I don't think it particularly matters. I would put it on this one here in the middle. So exciting. Then my opponent would take their turn and decide where they want to put their persona. If we both put them on 2 separate personas, we would both win the clash on our separate personas if there's not another persona on that platform. But let's just say we're going to clash. The truth is, this was just anime girl Marvel Snap. I've never actually played Marvel Snap. Is that what Marvel Snap does? That's crazy. So after all the personas are placed, you get to take only 1 action of 4 actions. You can either play a card, activate an ability, discard a card. So like example, this one says discard. So I would discard to activate its effect. Or I can pass. The stipulation is that if you pass and your opponent takes an action, after they're done doing the action, you will have a chance to take an action for the twin still. But if you pass and then your opponent also passes, you've both done nothing for the twin. Good night, Melania. You take your twins at the same time. Interesting. Yeah, I think this is similar to Marvel Snap, if this is the case. Let's see. So, the three types of cards you can play are, first there is the upgrade card. You can tell because it says upgrade on this side. So they're played during the content phase, which is this first main phase. And you would play them face up on top of your persona. This one is a little unique, because this Pippa content card, you can either play it out as normal or you can choose to discard it instead. So the stars you see in the bottom corner here. I don't know if it will focus, we'll try. So the stars you see, chat, that is the influence. So you would compare your influence with your opponent. So example, Pippa has a base of 4 influence. So if I just play her like on this alone, and I have no other cards, and we are having her go up against Iori or Lori? Lori song. Lori has an influence of 3. So if they just go head to head alone with each other, Pippa wins because she has more influence. But that's why you have these content cards, to potentially increase their influence. It's Iori, but Lori's funnier. Alright. Oh, Lori's fun. So because you play content cards on top of your character, you can't play content cards, from what I'm aware, onto other platforms. So y'all can only be contesting for one platform, like for the Fate. At least from the cards I've witnessed. The other card is the action card. Action cards can be played either at the content or platform phases. So you can either do it during this phase while you're setting up, or while you're having your duel or whatever. Your like simultaneous battle phase, you can choose to activate this card. And then the last type of card is a content card. So they're on the content. They're doing the content phase, and they are placed at the same platform as your persona, unless a card states otherwise. Another thing to note is that if your card has an active ability, you would rotate it to the side. You tap it to indicate that you have activated your ability. So again, during your main phase, you only have 3 actions. You can choose to discard a card. You can choose to activate an ability or play a card to activate its effect. And if you pass, but your opponent takes an action, you can then choose to take an action if you so wish. If not, if both players pass, then you'll proceed to the platform phase. So the platform phase is like the battle phase, essentially. The turn player chooses the resolution order. So I can either have the battles proceed from right to left or left to right. This may be important because the goal is to get to 1 million subscribers. So if, for example, we aren't on the same platforms, but we're both really close to 1,000,000, if I'm the twin player, I can decide to go right to left, and I'll win before my opponent does. So I suppose it's like a little bit of strategy to that, I suppose. But you cannot start with the middle platform. You have to pick one of the two edge platforms. So you can't just say, I start from the middle and I skip your platform entirely. You have to still play through all three platforms. So after you've chosen your resolution order, you begin the clashing process during the clash phase, or the platform phase. Players clash over each platform in turn, starting with the first player. And in this clash, you get to take another singular action. You get to either play an action card, activate an ability, or use a discard ability. So, if you do not have an action card, you cannot... So this is an action card. You cannot use content cards during this phase, nor can you use upgrade cards. So the only cards you can play from your hand that aren't discard effects will be action cards. And if you have available abilities, you can use them. So hypothetically, if you were to play a card that has an active ability, you could play it out during the content phase, which is the main phase. You wouldn't be able to use it, but once it goes to essentially the battle phase, like the platform phase, you would be able to then activate the ability during the platform phase for that. And if you can't or do not wish to act, you must pass. And we continue to take turns consecutively, just like the content phase, until we both pass. And likewise, if you don't take an action, you know, you pass, your opponent does something, then it goes back to you. After all the players pass, then you resolve a clash. So the platform phase can have up to 3 clashes at any given time. The individual clashes happen on each unique platform. I know there's probably a much more eloquent way to like explain this, but this is my first time playing it, so I'm just reiterating a lot of the verbiage so I can internalize it. If I like the game and I want to teach it to people, I'll be much better at teaching them. I'm usually a very good TCG teacher. I'm just kind of overviewing for myself tonight, so apologies. Oh, Beyond Dice Roll. Am I doing... I feel like I'm doing a poor job. I feel like every other TCG I explain, I do such a better job. Like, because I know how to play the card game. Anywho, so... let's say I chose the resolution order to go right to left. Because there are no cards on this platform, there is no clash taking place. So we will head to this platform. Since I am the twin player, I can choose to take an action. If I want to, I can use the action card, or since I have a discard card, I will discard. So let's say I use the discard here. I will discard this Tenma, and it gives me a +2 influence for this class. So if I discard her, send her to my trash. Pippa for the turn gains 2 influence, so she's now at a 6. If my opponent doesn't have any other abilities or cards to activate, it will pass back to me. I have nothing else because I've already taken an action, so I'll pass. And now what you do is you add up all of the influence. So let's just say they had played out a upgrade card of some kind. Let me grab a different upgrade card from the deck, just for example. I know you have upgrade card. I can read. Well, maybe there's only a finite amount of upgrades. Okay, well here, let's just pick a content card. Let's pick a low-level content card for the sake of content. A 1-mana content card. This Pippa While this card is on an independent platform, it gains +3. Let me reconfirm what the meaning of independent platform means with the glossary. Chat. I don't think they explained. Ah, okay. Each platform has subtypes. So this platform is an independent one. If they control that Pippa card, Exciting Soul is unfortunately not an independent. It's a video platform. So that means Pippa's main effect would not be active, but you would still count the 3 influence she has from playing the card in general. So you would add up the 3 from this Pippa and the default 3 from Lori-san here. So that's 6 total influence. Pippa has a base of 4 influence. Don't look at the Pippa underneath Pippa. And because I discarded this gave me +2. So since we both have 6 influence, we tie. And no one wins. But if they hadn't played this Pippa card, Pippa would be at 6. Lori would be at 3. Then Pippa would be the one winning this clash. So if hypothetically we were to resolve it in our favor, right? Then we will compare after adding up the total content card. The winner is the one with the most influence. But I don't win the whole stage. I gain 1 popularity. So I would take my token. I would put a token on here for my win. And each card has a set amount of popularity on it before you're able to basically like control the card. Let me confirm number 9. Popularity threshold. So this one has a popularity threshold of 3. So if I win 3 clashes on this, you see this little blue star. This is the popularity threshold. So if I win 3 clashes or somehow have an ability that lets me place more popularity points on it, once one of us gets 3 tokens by winning 3 clashes onto here, then we'll take full control of the platform. We'll remove it from play. We'll move it to our row here. The other player immediately to the left, so my opponent would take a platform deck from their platform deck and replace it, and that would become a new stage. Then any cards that were played here, so like not your persona, but like if they had the Pippa, would then be taken off afterwards. So, from what it looks like, let me bring back up the tutorial just to show you all. If you look over here, right here, where there's the image of the 3 platforms, Pippa versus Tenma, and there's a loose Tenma here on the right-hand side. What this loose Tenma means is that the cards that you play on previous turns, so if hypothetically they had played this Pippa card here, they lost the clash, next turn they decide they want to start going for this platform, this Pippa would stay here until this platform gets, like, taken. So you could set up for, like, stuff in the future. The only thing I would want to confirm is that if you can use the active abilities for content cards on other platforms when you're not at the main platform. The platform has tags here. It's like a duck testing and programming. It's different. Like, card games that are resource based and are less based on like objective life is a little bit different. I think popular card games tend to have a life system just so that or a point system, just so like it's easy for players who are newer to keep track of like the win column. This is also like a point system, but since this is more of like a capture system, rather than like directly dealing with your opponent in terms of like trading damage or resources. It's a little different. You can use active abilities, but not during the clash unless stated otherwise. Interesting. Makes sense. So sometimes it could be in your best interest, chat, to pick your least popular platform, or a platform that neither you and your opponent have an interest in. Establish a card there so that you can use its ability, and then begin taking over other platforms to further your advantage, while still being able to use your like other cards. So I'm sure there's like a lot of like strategic choices in how you want to set your field and set your board. Back to our tutorial. So we resolve the clash. If I were to win the platform, right? Let me hide this so y'all can see the screen. If I were to win the platform, back into this scenario where Pippa beats Lori Swan here. What happens is when I finally accumulate 3 influence on the platform, I would capture it. So if a player's popularity on the platform meets or exceeds its popularity threshold at any time. So say there's an effect that says gain a popularity on any platform during like the content phase. I would immediately capture it. So how it works is the winner would take the platform card. They'd move it to your studio, your side of the field. You add the subscribers to your total subscribers. The other players, if let's say Lori had won 1 clash on here and they had 1 influence point and I ended up having 3, they would take their influence point, turn it into bits, their popularity, and they would then just turn it into mana. So that's also like another thing to consider, is that if you are like trying to fight your opponent on a platform, you might end up giving them a lot more mana for the following turn. And then after it's taken, they would delete any content cards that are sitting there now that the platform's gone. And then again, the player to the left, aka like the next player, if it's only 2, your opponent, would set up another platform card and then y'all continue. So you resolve all the platforms one by one. So we went right to left. Now we go to this one. There's nothing on there. All the clashes are done. And then y'all would just head to the refresh phase. So you reset your persona. You would take it back from whichever stage you put it on. You would collect your bits. Again, each one has its own bits. And like Pippa's effect, I didn't mention this. If she wins the clash, you gain an extra bit. So some of the gals have certain effects. And Pippa's effect is a clash reward. Some of the content cards or the platform cards also have clash rewards. So that's also a thing to keep in mind if you want to start aiming for certain platforms. You get to draw 1 card from your draw deck so you both draw a card during the refresh phase. And if you have more than 7 cards in your hand, you must discard down to 7. And then I would pass the first player token. So when we reset and start the whole phase, now Lori Swan's the one who gets to place down her character first and decide the order in which the content stuff will be happening. And it just keeps going back and forth in that same order. You like the idea of the game, but you would constantly be looking at the rules. Hello. Hello, passing through Quad Gamer. Have a gorgeous day. What's this? This is Oshi Push. If y'all were here for the last Yu-Gi-Oh opening, we were on the Zephyr Arcade website when I saw that they stocked Oshi Push. Oshi Push is a card game made by... I don't know if it's entirely made by FaZe Connect, but it features the FaZe Connect talent. I believe it is made by the company. And I'm just checking it out to see what it's like and if it would be interesting to play or not. Probably easier if I do 1-player 2-deck match. Probably, but like, this is just to understand the flow of the game. I'm not trying to simulate an entire whole game, but this is just to understand like the intent of the gameplay. I think if you're like a given... Hello, by the way, Sunnyshine. Chat, I think if you're like a quad game player in any capacity, you can get the basic understanding of the intended game flow. Again, if I was actually trying to properly teach this to someone, I would be taking much different steps. But this is the first time I ever looked at the game, so a lot of this is also just me also digesting the intended mechanics. Yep, Japanime Games made the game. Set 1 is based on Phase Connect. It's technically a VTuber quad game, and they can put any VTuber, they just advertise it to be Phase Connect. Interesting. Like, I'm sure it's not that, like... I'm gonna say it right now, chat. This is easier than White Schwartz. I will say that right now, hands down, this is easier than White Schwartz. If you've ever attempted to play White Schwartz, this is easier than Weiss. I don't know if that's a great sell or not, chat, but this is easier than Weiss. In my opinion, this is easier than Weiss. Looks like a muse ass. It feels easier than Weiss. It was very straightforward. I don't know. Anywho. It's been like ages since I played Weiss, so maybe it was a lot more simpler than I thought it was at the time, but I digress. I digress. It felt simpler than Weiss. Maybe the skill ceiling is higher than Weiss. I think the skill floor you could probably understand. Because since you and your opponent are both taking the exact same actions, you keep each other in check. So it's interesting. The quads are like cute if you're like VTubers. I think even if y'all don't like VTubers, I suppose if you have a friend that has the quad, it's not like terrible to play. I think the interesting things that stand out to me is that, so normally a quad's color type is determined by the leader in a lot of these color locked games. The interesting thing is that they do a option of either all color or color plus archetype, which is really interesting, like attribute. I find that kind of interesting. For example, this Pippa card is a creative card. You see the little diamond on top with the little pencil? If it wasn't red, Pippa wouldn't be able to run this card. But because it's red, Pippa can run it. But Pippa's primary type is a Yapper. I'm gonna just call it Yapper. So the other cards in the deck are either, example, this green Yapper card with the little dots. They have red Yapper card. But you also have non-Yapper red cards that you can run legally. Which is kind of like interesting. It's I don't like card games that hard lock you into individual types too much because I really like deck building. So something like Yu-Gi-Oh! Really appeals to me, especially like the rogue decks. Like, I like playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Pia because I appreciate Yu-Gi-Oh's game design. But I also appreciate the pile decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! For the genius, the synergy that people come up with. Yeah. No, I agree. I think the concept of OC push is a lower, like, baseline to get into, if that makes sense. I think it can get more complicated when you're trying to, like, strategically play the game. But if you were to sit someone down and try to do a demo, the demo for OC push feels a lot easier than trying to explain the demo on, like, Weiss, kind of. Because after you do the initial setup, like, the turns are very simple. And I think that's why, like, card games like Gundam and One Piece are so popular. Is because, like, One Piece has hands down one of the best demos I have ever witnessed. A One Piece demo pod can run up to well over 16 pairs of people, all following the same script, without anyone missing a beat, because the game, like, on a fundamental level, is that simple. Which there's nothing wrong with more complicated card games, but like being able to easily let people grasp how to play the game will encourage more player retention. Because there's a lot of people who like, there's two realms of audiences you kind of need to appeal to with TCGs. There's the people who already know how to play card games. And then there's the people who might try the game, but they don't primarily play card games. And sometimes it's a little bit difficult to do both. There's some games who say, you know what, we're 4 card gamers. We're the most difficult card game you'll ever play. A real TCG player, now you would play this game. And it completely alienates, like, the, like, you know, casual audience. That, like, would maybe play the game if, like, you know, you wanted to get your friends into it or something. So, like, One Piece in the earlier sets did a really good job of, like, meeting in between. One Piece has gone extremely... the pacing in One Piece got extremely fast, like, post-set 6-7. But I think early on it met, like, a very good medium. And I still think One Piece is one of the easier ones to get into concept-wise. But, like, it's the nature of card games, and, like, you know, as you print more cards, the game does get more complicated. Mark Rosewater said on his Tumblr that Wizards of the Coast estimates the wide majority of the Magic the Gathering games to happen between first-time players trying out the game at the table. Oh yeah, like, the only way card games really spread is you have pretty much, like, 3 ways, maybe 4 nowadays with social media, right? Prior, there was, like, 3 main ways to spread card games. You would have it on store shelves and hope someone walks by and picks up the card game. You would have, like, a word-of-mouth type deal where you would have your, like, established players try to, you know, teach people to play the game. And you'd have, like, the local game store. And I guess the 4th one would be, like, advertising. And now with, like, the rise of, like, digital media, you have a 5th Avenue, which is like a... It's like a step up on media. Because people don't watch as many commercials anymore. Oh, and there's also like the 5th one, which is like you make a franchise and you make the card game based on the franchise. Like, you know, the Pokemon Yu-Gi-Oh! Code. But for like the indie card games, you don't always get that option, you know? Yeah, the new avenue is VTubers, apparently, but... It's more so just, like, now attaching the cards to media that people care about is the seller. Twitch, you're about to head in the ads. You're a victim? Goodness me. So, like, I think, what was it? I think it was Nova. Nova had a tweet that I feel like it's really true. She said that, like, MTG is just becoming, like, boomer white shorts. With all the, like, secret... I think they're called secret layers, right? Like, all the secret layers they've been releasing, like the one for The Office. It's basically just using collabs as a way to draw people into the game or sell product. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that. I think it is a very apt comparison. Yeah, like, MTG is becoming the Fortnite card game. Which, like, the most interesting thing about Fortnite is, like, before Fortnite did what Fortnite did, there were a lot of other video games that tried similar methods. Like, Smite is a really good example. Smite has a lot of skins that are, like, official collabs with really interesting media. Like, recently MTG had the, Avatar The Last Airbender collab, right? And a long time ago, Smite also had a collab with Avatar The Last Airbender. The problem is, like, MOBAs are an extremely difficult genre to get people into. And at least with card games, it's something physical. So there's like a very small percentage, chat, of your sales will be going to people who just like that media and want to collect that media. And things like memorabilia related to that media. You'll get like a very an okay chunk. I think if not now, it's more popular than it was in the past. An okay chunk of people who'll be like, you know what? I want to physically own some cards with art from Avatar The Last Airbender. That sounds nice. Versus like, why would I download Smite and get an Atlas skin for a game that I'm never gonna play? To be fair, the SpongeBob counter spell is here. It's not just a secret layers at this point. You're getting a 4 collab set and 3 in-universe sets. Interesting. I don't really play MTG, so apologies if I'm not super familiar with the coins. But like, that's like the new meta, is like trying to find more things to attach people to. And there's nothing wrong with that, because if you look at what card games stick around and which ones don't stick around, chat, you do need a larger like IP to stick your card game around. I'm not saying that indie card games can't succeed. It's just when your biggest competitor is going to be other card games. And getting in with the distributors that distribute out to, you know, stores and to shops, where you're going to find your like biggest wall as an indie card game is how can you get card shops wanting to stock your product versus other products. It's like 10, 20 new TCGs, I swear, that come out every year. Probably more than that even. Like, considering all the indie ones. But there's at least like 5 major TCGs that come out from major, like, actual major, you know, what's the word? IPs. PTA. Like, the Cookie One had one, League of Legends rebooted theirs to have a physical TCG. Like, there's a lot of competition out there, you know? They made a skin of Cammy, Street Fighter, and Fortnite, and you downloaded the game, bought the skin, won 7 games, and uninstalled. They really do be like that. Like, the marketing does work. And so, like, you see the marketing with even, like, MTG. MTG is, like, one of the oldest card games. And even they need to lean into that marketing. Because there's no other way for them to draw in new players. And they also need to provide something interesting to existing players. Like Hatsune Miku. They had the Hatsune Miku MTG stuff. Oh, Spectrace. Is that a new card game? This is Oshi Push. It is new. I don't know if I'm actively going to play it. So, chat, I don't want to speak down on the game. When I make this statement, I hope you're doing well, by the way, Spectrace. When I make this statement is objective about all new card games. It has nothing to do with Oshi Push or the merit of Oshi Push as a game. I am unsure if Oshi Push will have the proper support and structuring for organized play. And a lot of new card games fall into that problem for a multitude of reasons. It is either an organizational issue, a product issue. What I mean by product issue is being able to supply product. We're seeing this right now with the Riot Games Riftbound. It is almost impossible for people to get their hands on Riftbound product. There are people like scalping boxes for like $300. Like, it is, if you did not already own Riftbound cards, it is extremely difficult to get your hands on cards right now. And that is going to be a bottleneck for competitive play. Yeah, Gundam cards, you run into like about 4 main issues when you try to get competitive play going on. One is going to be making sure your product is supplied properly. That's the issue right now that Riftbound is facing. The Godzilla TCG faces one of the most common issues, is that there was enough product. There was some interest, but there were no players playing on a local level. I've heard a lot of people trying to play the Godzilla TCG and just not finding anything. Godzilla TCG also runs into a similar product issue of allegedly people can't really find singles. That one's like a double whammy. Number 3. A challenge to organized play is making sure that organized play across all levels of, at LGSs is properly organized. And that's really difficult. Because of how competitive the market is with card games, it is very difficult to convince card shops to stock a game and also host locals. There are some card shops who are willing to stock certain product because they'll know that it will sell. But just because a LGS stocks product doesn't mean they will be running locals. And establishing locals at multiple locations and keeping that consistent is what helps keep the game consistent and helps the game grow. If you can show proof to distributors and other stores that other stores are playing the game, it's more likely to get it, catching on. Instead of the coast threatening that guy for having a card early. Yeah, like this. A lot of things. And then the 4th issue with organized play falls into kind of what we talked about last time about like having locals. Like having properly organized locals. Is that either the company or the LGS cannot like properly establish a scene for organized play. Whether it's because there's no support for it, like no like incentive for people to do organized play, or sometimes there's just no proper organized play in general. And if you don't have properly organized play for players, and you don't have a place for players to play, people are going to stop playing the game because they cannot physically play the game at all. Yeah, Bushiroad I've heard also has that issue. Like there's a lot of stuff that bottleneck things. Unrelated to TCG a little bit, but more to like VCG for Pokemon. Specifically, Pokemon puts a pretty steep requirement on stores to run locals. So there's not a lot of like Pokemon like digital version locals and maybe even paper. I don't play Pokemon paper. I don't play the digital. I just know it's an issue with the digital. Is that there's not a lot of stores that are sanctioned to organize Pokemon events. So even though there's a really high interest in Pokemon organized play, there's a lot of places who just, they can't have official Pokemon organized play. Which is really unfortunate for the Pokemon players, Do kids play in the cafeteria anymore? Like, I don't know. Like, a lot of card gaming does happen online. And I feel like the demographic for card games has slightly shifted. And I think companies have recognized that. That you will still have a couple little Timmies that ask for like certain card games for Quimbus. But the majority of the audience that the long-staying card games captured at a young age and are still loyal to the company are much older now, demographic-wise. It's not that they don't want to get new audiences, obviously. But like, that's why you're seeing all these card games trying to do digital sims like Macedon. Because that is the only other way to expose people to the card game. If they're not physically going out to the store and like buying starter decks and buying stuff. That's why you see stuff like the Blue Eyes starter deck, the Tactical Tri-Deck, having more higher level and more competently built structure decks does also help to encourage players getting into organized play. Because at the end of the day, in any card game, you do want people to actually be playing the game. Like, you will get a lot of money from people who want to, like, hunt down the rare cards. But if you look at, like, One Piece TCG, you have a healthy, like, balance of, like, people playing the game competitively. You have the collectors buying prize cards and regular products. Like, there's a whole little economy built up around the cards. And you can't get that little economy unless play is happening. Otherwise, it's only the whales opening product. And then there's no, like, singles, there's no, like, there's a lot of what should be, like, healthy for the, like, economy and the community around the card game is just not established if it's only collectors playing the game, like, collecting the game, you know? And, like, it's not like I have heavy research into card games or anything, it's just something I've absorbed, like, over the years. So, like, I think this is a cute game. I think Oshi Push is a very cute game. I think it has unique mechanics. I think it's an easy game to get the hang of. I think that's one of its biggest appeals, is that it has slightly different mechanics than, like, the standard, like, I swing into your face, you swing into my face. A lot of whether or not the card game sticks around is going to depend on Japanime Games and how they decide to support the game. Because a lot of card game players, if they don't see organized play, they will not be playing a card game. Because that means the card game, like, they're not... The company's not serious about the game. The game's not going to stay there, like, long term. And sure, there's some people who I'm sure, like, love trying new card games and, like, trying everything out. But there are people who, like, want to get involved in a card game and play at a competitive level. If you don't provide that, it's like, you know, no stores are running any events, and it's very little tournament support from Japanime Games. They plan on releasing tournament kits, but no word on when or where to get it. So that's like the other thing, is if they don't have, like, it properly set up, you're going to lose the, like, golden window of when the game's, like, new and interesting. Like, Oshi Push just fulfilled their Kickstarter. And they just hit, like, local game stores for product. This is the time when it's new, it's fresh, it just came out to try to convert the most players. So it is a little concerning, I suppose, if they don't have organized play set up around this time. Hello, Chris, welcome on in. Name's Santon Salia. We Santily for short. Play Yu-Gi-Oh! Math, do the One Piece TCG. Sometimes I do one. Sorry, let me drink some water. I'm not too shabby at a card game called Alestos. Today we're looking at the Pippa starter deck from Oshi Push. And I was kind of just looking over the mechanics of the game, and now I'm just yapping about card games in general, because it's a really competitive market with card games nowadays. And I'm trying to see if I can... I'm not an oracle chap. I can make a comment on what I think the future of Oshi Push might be. And I could be right or I could be wrong. I could be right, I could be completely off, I could be a little bit correct. We won't know till we see what the company does with it, obviously. There is merit to some games that are like, they do market themselves as a collectible card game. So there is merit to having stuff that is just available for people to collect. I think if they wanted to be in a position to print and move more product, they would want to facilitate proper organized play. Oh, Kushanti. Yeah, this is a newer card game. I don't know if I'm gonna pick it up full time. I don't think I would have anyone to play with. But also, like, Chat, we're trying to go to Alestro's World. I don't have time to like all in on a new card game. Chat. I gotta win World first. While we're getting ready for Alestro's World, we can keep an eye on Oshi Push, and who knows, chat. After we win Alestro's World, maybe we can go win like Oshi Push World or something. The set released a month ago. There's been no word on set 2. Oh, Lan. Is this a Digimon card game? No, this is it's like a VTuber card game, and the first set is based on a VTuber company called Phase Connect. Apparently, they intend to have other VTubers, allegedly. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but the company, this is a joint collab. This is a collab with Phase Connect. The parent company, Japan Anime Games, markets this as a VTuber card game. Yeah, VTubers are kind of like Digimon, that's true. So, I learned how to... I was going over how to play the game, like, by reading the rules. I think I have a proper understanding on how to play the game for the most part, like, on the basic level. That was kind of trying to learn along with me, and then now we're just yapping. That's kind of what we're up to right now. We're supposed to do art at some point tonight. But, y'all know me. I'm a born yapper. Legend says, to this day, she's still yapping. Anywho. Is Digimon is not Digimon. Hello, welcome on in, Chocolate. Thank you for the follow. And then I was just talking about my experience as a card game player, and whether or not I think this game will stick around, we'll have to see. If this does have organized play, they talk with some indie VTubers, no idea who, interesting. Here's the thing, I think a game can survive on one set for a little bit, as long as they have a proper roadmap. Now, if their focus would be to push further into organized play before releasing a second set, and they are transparent with their audience for that, I think the audience, if they're loyal enough, will stick with the game. But, you know, I can't speak for the company, and I can't speak for the other players, obviously. So, I get back to Kickstarter. I'm just getting into it now after the fact. So welcome on in. Any of y'all just joining me here today? Santon Salary. The name's Santon Salary. Sansally, for sure. I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, the One Piece CCP. Sometimes I do on. I'm not too shabby at a card game called Alestos. Well, I'm gonna be trying to participate in the World Championships this year. Well, I mean next year. And who knows, maybe I'll bring home a win. We're just trying out a new card game tonight. So. Well, not trying out. We're investigating. We're taking a look-see to see what it's like. I got a starter deck and then we're just reading the rules. We're hanging out. I will probably do some art. You'll see me stream a lot of casual Yu-Gi-Oh! My favorite archetype is probably either Tendengo, Penguins, or Iceberria / Plunder Patrol. I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Very casually because I play other card games pretty competitively. So it's kind of like my cheat game. Traditionally, card games need to operate on a new set every 3 to 4 months. It's true. But Lance, welcome on in. Also, anybody who's joined us tonight, I hope y'all are doing well. Oshi Push is interesting. I'll keep an eye on it. I'm no slump chat. I don't want to brag. I don't want to sound too cocky or too confident. I'm pretty alright at card games. So I think if in a couple months we see that Oshi Push is actively doing things and we're finished up with the Alestos, I think I can say with a level of confidence that I can probably just hop into the game and play it like competitively. No, I'm not going off. I'm making an objective statement. I think that the game seems simple enough that, like, anything short of making sure I can get the proper cards to play, you know, at a higher level. Like, mechanically, I don't think I need to work that hard to, like, understand the meta. I obviously know nothing about the meta, but, like, I think I could catch up pretty easily. I think I could catch up pretty easily. So, I think we'll keep an eye on Oshi Push. The cards are very cute. We have very cute Pippa cards. Very cute. So who knows? Maybe there's organized play and we can become the greatest Pippa main in the world. Whether or not she will be the strongest deck is to be decided. But perhaps we can become the strongest Pippa main. I'm just gonna go ahead and put this away. If and when we need to use it. Overall, my thoughts on Oshi Push. I think the mechanics are kind of unique. I think if you like board games, you would like how Oshi Push plays. Like, if you are like a Catan type person, I think you would enjoy Oshi Push more than you would enjoy the standard card game. And I guess it would depend on the reason why someone likes Catan. But I do feel like this lends itself to be more of like a strategy type game than more of just like a back and forth. Not that like you can't be strategic in other card games, but the flow of the game lends itself more to like strategy than the traditional card game space. I'm not sure how well this lends itself to the energy of like both players being able to properly play. It's not that I think that players will be like locked out of actions. It's just more like, I know people do like it when both players feel like they get to play the card game. And since you both take your like actions on the same turn, I'm thinking it will work out in the favor of the game pace-wise, but it'll be hard to say. I suppose I'm not too shabby at Yu-Gi-Oh! I suppose. I just make this clear that I choose to be bad at Yu-Gi-Oh! And by bad at Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean I choose to play the decks that are not very strong. And I also choose not to read the cards. Alright. It is time for art. We'll keep yapping, don't get me wrong. I can... If yapping was an Olympic sport, I think I would only lose to other streamers. What happened to the art category? Are we already in the... No, we're not already in the art category. Did they remove the art category on Twitch? I'm so confused. Do I have to capitalize it? What? Maybe I have to capitalize it, goodness me. How strange. YouTube, if you wonder what I'm doing, I'm updating the Twitch category. Unfortunately, you can't do that on YouTube, so it is what it is. Alright. Let me grab my drawing tablet. And we will hop over to some art. Y'all are still welcome to hang out if y'all would like. We're gonna keep talking, I promise. You can't shut me up that easily. Trust me. People have tried. People sure have tried. Hop on over to Ye Old Art Screen. And y'all will drag me over to this side of the screen. Let's see. What kind of art are we working on today? We need to finish up the effect on this thumbnail. Thank you, for this thing, 3 4 now. 4 playmat, thank you. It's me, Ansley. Gotta finish up this thumbnail for the Woke Wizards. For those of you who are new here, I also play Wizard 101 on stream sometimes with my friends. We have a wizard ring party called the Woke Wizards. And we're going to play through the entire game. It's not heavily scheduled right now because we need to play with 2 other players, so it's a little bit difficult to schedule. Oh, Solid Snake Voice Answer. Today's your birthday. Happy birthday! Welcome on in. Chat, what happened to the chatting? What happened to the chat? What happened to the chat? The reason why the chat's not showing up? How strange. What? Huh! That is so weird. But hello, Soy Snake. Come on. So cute. Thank you, Chris. So this is one of 2 thumbnails that we're gonna have for the next one. You need to finish up this thumbnail. Not entirely sure what I want to do with the mood, but I do want to shake it up a little bit. Somehow to probably make the foreground pop a little bit. I think we can improve on the camel. I really think we can improve on the camel. But again, happy birthday. Thanks for joining us this evening. I may have to unplug the Drawing tablet. For some reason, it does not want to work with us tonight. Come on. I don't know. I believe in you, Drawing tablet. I know that you can function. I've used you just the other day. It makes a sound when I plug it in. Ah, there we go. Okay, let's see. What are we going to do? Let me hop to the layer with the camera. I think we're going to give this an orange overlay. Colorblind layer with some orange. So the reason why we're playing Wizard 101 is, well, one, first, our friends are playing with us, but more importantly, if y'all didn't know, chat, a Wizard 101 is it's an MMO, a really old MMO, but more importantly, it is a card game MMO. The combat is card game. So, like, of course we're playing it if the combat is card game. I think that does help the camel mesh a little bit more with the back. And so there's a lot of different worlds for Wizard 101. I want to have different thumbnails for each world. So I want to finish this one up. So that whenever we rev up the next... we're getting really close to finishing Wizard City, which is the first main world. So I want to make sure we have this up and ready for whenever we start the next venture with the Woke Wizard. I'm not the greatest artist, but luckily for me, art is one of those skills that you can actually improve on. So it may take a little bit of practice. But you can get better at art. You just have to kind of put effort towards it. But I like that. Because that means one day I will improve. Maybe I will not get to the point I would want to be with art, but... Is that the beach or Egypt? It's Egypt. But one day we'll get there. And that's somewhat encouraging. I find that to be encouraging. Thank you for the reset. Like, this thing I have on my head here, for those of you who are new. I drew and animated this whole thing. It's only like 2 or 3 frames, but you know, it looks pretty smooth. I think it's not too shabby. I've animated a couple more interesting things too. Personally for me, I respect animation a lot as a medium. So I want to improve at it. And part of that journey to improving at that is just getting better at art in general. So doing stuff like this helps me practice a little bit. How can I make this more visually interesting? How do I duplicate this? Yeah, I think that does help a little. We can head to the foreground with all of our little characters. Minus the crocodile. We should probably include the camera too. Oh no, the camel stays so it's in the background. We can work with that. So what I'm doing is I'm dragging all of these into the same layer. And the reason why I'm doing that is so that I can use a tool that lets me select certain areas. So that when I'm coloring, it only sticks to certain areas that I want to draw in. It's a helpful tool. There's nothing wrong with using tools. I think it is proper to use tools, you know, that can be helpful. And Mino redeemed with head pats twice, so we are going double on the head pats. If y'all weren't here earlier, we were talking about the new Baja Blast. There's like a Baja Blast, what's the word? A Baja Blast, Baja Blast Pie, yes. A Baja Blast Pie from Taco Bell. I don't know why that escaped me. But for some reason I cannot DoorDash it. I wonder if it will look visually interesting if I draw us under like some kind of shade, perhaps. So the camel should also be under shade. So we're gonna go here is the camel layer. I'm gonna hop back up to here and a little bit coloring in for the camel. And then I'm going to duplicate this layer. Yeah, I'm going to see if we can kind of make a lighting effect. I'm not sure how well this is, because this isn't a technique that I do very often, but how does that look? Does that look interesting? Then we'll do a light one. I think I'll go with like a light orange. And we can do like a reflective light type thing, probably. We'll see how this looks. I'm not sure how this will look, but we're gonna try. I know that looks really messy, but I suppose trust the process. You know, trust the process. Yeah. I think that does look a little interesting. Maybe we can add to the floor behind them. Behind the camel. A little bit more of a shadow on the ground. We'll probably have to erase some. I think I was cooking a little bit. A little bit of shadow. Yeah. And we'll hop back up Oh boy. I think that does come off as kind of visually interesting. Like we're in the shade with our camel in the desert. I think I like that. Probably this one had a little bit more effort than the other one, but I think I do like this vibe. Almost like the sun is like not quite setting, but definitely like, you know, towards like the late afternoon. Let's see. Let's see. Now what time is it? How long have we been there? It has been. Oh well, almost 4 hours. We spent several hours yapping before we even got to any hot water. So the next thing that we need to do, now that we're done with these thumbnails, our next order of business is I am starting a new animatic. I know. We have a lot of animations we haven't finished, but this one is... I deem this one is slightly more important. So take that how you will. I deem this one is slightly more important. I'm also verifying a proof with something really quick. So let me go verify set. If it would let me verify said Bunny's me. Alright. That proof does look proper. So I'm going to submit that proof. A lot of, you know, inner working. So as you all know, sometimes my process chat includes me sketching out some of the basic keyframes on paper. And then putting them up digitally. So if y'all aren't familiar with animation, let me go ahead and bring up one of our other animation files. So I can kind of show y'all as I get this together. Where is one of our simple ones? A simple one to quickly do. Come on. Where did all my animation files go? Goodness me. Clearly we've been working on too many other things. Okay, here we go. So on the screen here, I will drag it up so y'all can see it. You see this little thing down here? This is called a timeline. And so the type of animation, oh, here's my one, I like to do is called frame by frame, where I draw each individual frame. So I put it out on the timeline so I can decide the frame weight. How many frames something sticks around one. Oh, Nobby, how long have I been drawing for? I think I do a lot like when I was younger, but I haven't tried like getting a little bit more serious with art until recent years. I'm trying to practice art while streaming as like a way to keep myself more accountable. I don't know if I've particularly gotten to the point I want to be, but art's a skill that you can develop. I want to get better at it. So I'd say like a little bit over 2 years now, but I'm not drawing every single week. There's a lot of times where I'll take breaks. So I'd say on average I draw like... like 4 or 5 times a month. Sometimes more if I can help it. I think if I drew every single day, I would probably get better. But unfortunately, that's not like a very realistic expectation when you're doing other stuff. But I'm a fan, so I prefer hand-drawn animation. There's other animation styles. I prefer frame by frame hand-drawn. Let me make that clear. There's like other animation styles, like the rigging is a style, like how you see here with my model. Rigging, and this is motion capture, specifically face capture. This is also a type of animation. You'd see it in a lot of like 3D or older movies, like the Polar Express uses mocap to 3D capture people's movements for the film. There's tweening, which is using a program to facilitate like movement animations, like having something fly across the screen or something. I'm not super like versed in the term, so I'm sure I'm not providing like the most in-depth information on it. But like that's some of the basics. There's like puppeting, where it's kind of similar to like a VTuber model, but instead of... It's kind of like you're posing an action figure, whether it's with a 3D or a 2D model. So like that's another avenue of stuff. And so when you do animation, I mainly just use basic keyframe. But what a keyframe is an important frame, like a major frame. So when I want this thing to crawl across the screen, I could do this in as little as like 2 or 3 keyframes. So I can have this go 1, 2, 3. And that gives you the concept of it walking across, right? But it looks a little choppy. So you would put either more keyframes in between it, or you would make frames called in-between. So instead of it just going bop, 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 now I add a couple more frames and it goes dot, 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 dot. And technically you could argue that like these 5 frames within themselves are keyframes. You can add frames in between them to make them more smooth. Like that's why if you hear like 30 frames a second, like 30 FPS, 60 FPS, it's for each one of these drawings per second, there's 60 or 30 of them individually. So, I'm not really sure what the, like, by definition, characteristics of a keyframe is outside of, like, that basic explanation. You've also been wanting to get better at art, but you can't keep motivated. Aw, I mean, you could do that. I do have a viewer on Twitch who was motivated to do art, so, my take on art, my opinion, is that I know I'm not gonna do a lot of these things great the first time around. But if I don't do them at all, I'll never get better. So if y'all have ever made pancakes in a pan, what some people like to do is they make this thing called the messy pancake. Where like, the first pancake you put in, you kind of just like throw it all over the place so it soaks up all the oil. So it's not intended to be like a good pancake. It's just a pancake that exists. So that the pancakes you make afterwards are the nice pancakes. You hear Chuck Jones often said it was about discipline. Like, yeah, so you do have to, like, make sure you practice. But since some people are afraid to practice because, like, they'll look at their work and think it's not that good. From my perspective, it's okay to make a messy pancake. It's okay to have your first drawing not be that great. Because the more you'll draw, the better you'll get at it. So, I've had a lot of artworks that aren't that great. Like, this isn't particularly the most detailed art, you know? I'm definitely not drawing, like, very high quality stuff, but to have it exist at all and going through the steps of making it is better than not doing it, you know, at all. Which, it is hard as well to find the time. Like, even me, who I want to get better as an artist, like I said when you came in here for the first time, like, I draw like 4 or 5 times a month. I should really be practicing, like, on the daily. And, like, sometimes you just have other focuses and things that you want to focus on, and there's nothing wrong with that, you know? You want to go at your own pace, or when you find time. I think trying to be consistent with it is what's important. So, like, I try to schedule art streams so I can stay consistent with it. Whether or not we'll stay consistent, that will have to be observed, you know? Folk Wizards is the pinnacle of character design. Thank you. Unfortunately, I can take credit for Josh's design. But that's just drawing my friend Josh. Dimax's design is actually from Fossil Fighters, so I cannot take credit for this bird here. Dimax is from a video game, and he chooses to portray himself as this bird. I did draw me and Josh in Wizard World, so I'll take credit for that one. If you want to catch us playing Wizard 101, I can't promise when the streams are, but they're likely going to be on Sundays, and we'll try to do them. Like, I'm gonna try to do at least twice a month with the Wolf Wizard. We play the main story quest together, and then if there's any side quests in the future, y'all will probably get some Wizard streams from me solo, just doing the side quest. Josh is very appealing in TV. Wait, let me pull up a picture of Josh. Yeah, Josh is like the most, like, he's such an endearing card game player. Like, guys, let me pull up your picture. This is one we used in Rainbow Rogue and for one of the thumbnails. He's so happy to play card games. Yeah, look at him. He's so happy to play card games. He doesn't have a beard because, like, wizards are like 10 years old. Autistic Liberties, chat. Autistic Liberties. He's so excited to play card games, chat. So excited to play card games. Okay. Now that I've uploaded this stuff, welcome to the Discord. I will wait and say hi. 50 years ago is the anniversary of the wreck of Edmund Fitzgerald. Interesting. I gotta get in there and draw. So let me grab my images that I uploaded. So sometimes people prefer to draw stuff with pen and pencil. And I think there's definitely nothing wrong with that. So what I do a lot of the time is I will sketch out something on paper. Like this. And then I'll take a picture of it. And then I will drop it into the art program. And since it's my drawing, I'm just going to, like, you either use it as a reference or trace over it. So that's what I'm doing right now, is I'm grabbing these frames that I drew. This is going to be a little animation. I'll explain to y'all what's happening in the animation. You'd let him teach you about card games? Okay. You're gonna be waiting in a long line. Josh has a lot of boyfriends. I'm sorry. Josh has a lot of boyfriends who want to learn card games from him. He would be, I'm sure he would be down to teach you card games. He also loves Wizard 101. He's funding all of our characters on Wizard 101. God bless his soul. So, these are my keyframes. Well, okay, this is my storyboard. I have to do a little bit more explaining. So let me get a new canvas and I'll explain. When you do animation, chat, you do a thing called a storyboard. And they're basically like keyframes, but not. So what you do is, yeah, I'm just gonna be lazy. Really quick, let me just... No, I do not want to turn on my sticky keys. Push you, Windows. So, what a storyboard is I decide before I start drawing anything what I want to happen in the animation. So, if I wanted to say, if I wanted to draw a bird hatching out of an egg, I would draw the first frame with an egg. I would draw the next frame maybe with like the egg cracking. I would write with the egg cracking. And if I want, I can get cute. Where like I do a little arrow. And I would tell myself egg cracks open. Why are you being so difficult? I swear my penmanship is better than this. I swear. The keyframe thing sound very familiar to a thing where people make frames to form the front and back of a 3-frame section. Yeah. It is a thing that people do. I'm not like super versed in it. Like I'm aware of like the basic terms. Twitch chat, your ads are starting soon. And then I would want the last frame to be like the bird. And if I wanted to be cute, maybe the bird has like the egg on its head. So this is the storyboard. This is so that when I'm animating it, I know what's supposed to happen. And you can make it more in-depth if you wanted to. Like, I could split this into 2 frames, where this is 1, 2, frame 3 is the egg has cracked all the way open. Like this. And then this could be 4. Or I could just leave the top row as 1, 2, and 3. Because this middle frame here with the egg cracking open, if we go back here, would be something you could hash out in the keyframe. Versus like the storyboard for this animation would be, I have this bird from the top walking. Then I have this thing that the bird attacks. Then the bird stares at the camera would be like potentially the next storyboard thing. Then there's bushes, that's the next scene. And we have creatures jump out of the bush. I would draw this differently if this is a storyboard. And then we have this thing leaping out from behind the bush. So you make a storyboard so you know what you want to do. And sometimes your storyboard, like I said, can double as your like keyframes. Or you can like redraw them. Like it really depends. Like this is super simple, so if I wanted this to look nicer, I wouldn't want to copy these one for one, obviously. We'll also make sure to tell Josh that like people here would let him teach them card game. He would be very happy to hear that. I'm glad that Josh is a fan favorite on the channel. That's my goal. That's my voice. So now that we've done that. Also, apologies to everyone on YouTube. I don't know how to view when people sub. I need to set that up. So at the 4-hour mark, I'm probably gonna try to do like a little bit more art. I feel bad that we haven't been doing a lot of art. So this is my storyboard. Our storyboard opens on it's an overhead shot of a tide pool. And it is a close-up shot of part of the tide pool. You're intending to see like the water surface and the shadow. Then this angle is actually from underneath the water. You see another shadow on the surface. The shadow gets bigger. And then you see my face poke into the water. And I thought that would be a cute little thing to practice animating. So I'm gonna go ahead and make a new... Do I have the file for setting up an animation? Pause. But if I don't have the file for it, we can make it ourselves. But if I do have the file set up for it, I would prefer to use that. I'm not sure if I have the file set up, but what we can do is I can be lazy and use this file. The only thing what I mean by the file setup is like there's this little border here. And so when I export this, you're only going to see what's inside of the border. Usually I only ever draw within the frame regardless. But it's good to have like the overlap and the like bleed to the edges, because sometimes you just need to move stuff around. So I'm going to do is I'm going to save a duplicate of this one called and type walkie. Then I'm going to close this graph. I'm going to open sand type walkie. I am going to turn off the time lapse and delete it. Then I'm going to delete all of these layers. And now we have the blank canvas to work with. Now I will go and I will take all of these and grab them over to here as their own frame. And we'll go from there. I probably could have taken better pictures, but it's fine. These are like, this is just the intended graph. It's not like it's the end of the world or anything. They're a little sloppy. Just a tad bit sloppy. But you are 100% welcome to join us with art. I have some older art stream videos too if you wanted some more background noise. I know some people prefer active conversation, which I totally get it. I think I'm also a bit of a fan of active conversation. but you know, I'll be here anyway, doing my own thing, so no pressure otherwise. Oh, Filmhead. My voice is cute, thank you. Welcome on. What did I make the stream title? Yes, we're going for the Yapping World Record. While doing what? So we have 5 basic claims to start with, because that was our storyboard. And I am sure that we will end up having more in between. I'm also not completely 100% decided on how I draw people. So, I bounce around a lot in style. I'm a little indecisive as of currently. How I want to be drawn and rendering people. So, I hope one day I develop my own art style. But I think in the meantime, this is just going to have to suffice. I think I want that a little bit smaller, just because it's probably cuter if it's a little bit smaller than the full frame. Alright, let's see. I didn't see. Don't think we need... we might leave that open. So, I'm going to adjust the timeline. And so if I play this through with the current timeline, it's going to flash by really fast. So we need to adjust either the frame rate or the length of the frames. That's not super important at this like early stages, but I think I kind of like setting it up. Only because for me, I think it helps me in my head figure out what I need to do animation wise. Let's see how that goes. Is it the same frame? Oh, I missed one, huh? Okay. I don't know how we did that, but good thing I caught that. 2, 3. So I'm gonna delete this one. And this art program does something neat. I have this little tool. It's called an onion skin. And it lets me see the frame before and after this frame. So what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try to line this up with the other frame. If you see there's that little line where we have the edge, and I'm gonna try to line that up just for my sake to make it look accurate. I might space a little bit more between these. So that's going to be the intended flow. It's gonna be a very short. If we keep this at 12 FPS, this is going to be like a less than like 1 second animation. Like a less than a little bit over 2 second animation. And so usually when I get into these projects, I fall into a big problem where like I have a really grand vision sometimes for my art, and I refuse to compromise on the artistic integrity. Which is great and all, don't get me wrong. I'm glad that I have grand ideas, but it makes it really difficult for me to finish art pieces. On top of me yapping, but it makes it really difficult for me to finish art pieces, so... I am hoping that working on smaller pieces like this will help me improve. Before I started working on that bird one I showed you, with the little bird walking in the snow, I had done another animation with like similar subject matter that was really long. And as much as I like doing that, I think I also like being able to finish things, if that makes sense. I want to be able to show off the work that I have finished. And if I keep trying to do all these super long projects because I barely work on any art, I'm never going to be finished with them. So normally what I would do from here is I would just take this and I would take a color and start doing like a sketch. But since I rendered most of these out, I think I'm just gonna go straight to the line art. Oh, just the peanuts. I am starting on a new short animation. These are my little keyframes / the storyboard for it. Actually, I don't know if I can hop right into it. We may need to make more in between before we hop right into the line. What we'll do is we'll hop back down to this layer. We can cheat a little bit. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate this layer. And I'm gonna go to this frame. I'm going to turn this entire thing back to the full, what's the word? Like the full opacity. And I'm going to color this in. Then I'm going to duplicate this layer again. And I'm going to hop to this layer, grab this color, hop back to this one. And I will... Oh, dear Sam, how are you? Thank you for the raid. I don't know how I keep missing these notifications. LDS fam, how is your stream? You're tired? I should be heading out soon, all things considered. But we'll stick around for a bit more. I'm starting a new animation that I hope to be able to finish within the month. This is a very difficult task because I don't always stay on task with my work. Yeah, go check out LDS, one of our friends. Solid boys, very solid boys. So what I'm doing now is I am adding frames to this animation. And I'll show y'all the intended animation. Dual Links binding. Interesting. Yeah, it's the Casey cup right now in Duel Links, right? Thank you for the stream, sweet pony. Wait as if y'all don't know me. The name's Santon Salia. Sansui for short. I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master with the One Piece CCG. Sometimes I do one. I also play Alestos, and today I'm working on a new animation. You're doing quad skills, analog state, etc. I don't know anything about Duel Links, but good luck. So I'm gonna do the same thing here, where I duplicate this layer. Yeah, I'm gonna make this an in-between. What is Duel Links? Duel Links is so Yu-Gi-Oh has a couple different versions of the game that are available digitally. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel is the most recent, and that uses a different format from regular Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links is a mobile app that came out that you can also play on Steam. And it has a different format where you have 3 card places instead of 5. Yeah, Duel Links is like a alt format for mobile. And they also have like characters and stuff. Which software is this? Hello, the software. This is Clip Studio Paint. My Clip Studio Paint just looks different than other Clip Studio Paints. Because in Clip Studio Paint, you can enable these things called you can download different assets, and one of the assets you can download from their shop is like a layout asset. So I have a special layout for how I have all the tools set up, and that layout also happened to change the color because Clip Studio Paint by default is dark. I don't know if it's Yu-Gi-Oh! For beginners. It's like a different format. I suppose it would be simpler to get into, but I can't speak too much about dueling because I don't actively play. Gonna add a new frame in between these two. Now I have to imagine that. How would someone dunk their head underneath water? I kind of just have to imagine that for the frame. maybe it would have a more defined shape. That's the fun thing about digital art, is that if you don't like it, you can always just if you don't like it, you can always just undo it later. I think what I am gonna do though is I'm gonna hop down here to the paper layer, make a new layer. And I'm gonna take this like gray color and just make that the background so everything feels a little bit like coherent. Oh, gentle porgies, thank you for the head cat. It's been a little bit, I hope you're well. Oh, blues. First off, blues from YouTube, congratulations. That's very scary. At least from my perspective, it's scary. I could only imagine when it's like actually going through the whole thing. I had a friend back, gosh, it's been like a really long time, but when I was much younger, a long time ago. Yeah, one of my friends when I was younger and still in like schools, she had melanoma, which is like skin cancer. And it was a really spooky time for her, because especially like when you're really young. So, congratulations. Thank you for choosing to hang out with us this evening. We're not sticking around for too much longer, unfortunately, but there were thoughts if you like the energy. I'm working on an animation tonight. I'm trying to practice art by limiting how long these are so that I feel like I can have a finished animation without it being like too long. But congratulations. It's very admirable. You're very brave for that. And you're quite resilient. I hope you know that. Thank you for the snack. What is our snack will be? Let's see. What is currently in this thing that we can snack on? If not, I'm gonna give you a double one. I could have sworn I had snacks on the table. You rarely find me without a snack. Did I eat them all? Oh, I must have ate them all. They're streamed. Oh, goodness me. I don't want to get up and head all the way to the kitchen, so I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna give you all double water for the snack with you. For those of you on YouTube, on Twitch, the viewers can redeem channel points for a little miscellaneous things. So, I hope to make the redeems show up on screen so that people on YouTube know that a redeem is being redeemed. But we're not very tech savvy, so give me a little bit to get used to that. I think what I would want is I think I would want bubbles. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to make a new layer. I'm going to make another new layer. this is going to give the proper effect of how I want it to. But we won't know unless we try. Also, I'm not sure what's going on today with the mouse. Oh, not the mouse, the trackpad. Normally I feel like I don't think this is going to have the effect that I want, but again, let's give it a big shot. So what I'm doing here is trying to make it seem like the head is just like diving into the water, and hopefully the bubbles will look like they are floating away. Now we will outline these. F6. I'll copy this again. And we will have these bubbles show up. Not sure if that's going to look how I want it to look again. Nothing venture, nothing. Like, I think the bubbles need a little bit more time to disperse. I think this flame needs a little bit mix of this and the middle flame. Oh, Gummy, welcome on in. How's the yap percent going, streamer? I think we're doing not too shabby. We have been yapping for a hot minute, I will say. So there's nothing particularly wrong with that, don't get me wrong. But that is to say that I anticipate us mayhaps finding ourselves in a situation where we maybe might head out a little bit. Professor of Yap words, you true. My degree, you know, y'all have heard of Yale, get ready for Yap, you know? The chattest, the SATs, the chatty, I don't know what I'm saying. My lobster going to be the Yap record holder. Exactly. Record holding Yap. 100% in every universe. Every time. %100% Yapper. 1,000,000% Yap. All Yap. No breaks. Maybe some break. All yapping, all gas. You know. This is going to look very scuffed. Just trust the process. I don't know why the stabilization is so rough today, but... So if we did this correctly... And now we come here and erase, come here, erase this. It still feels a little choppy. So maybe I skip this frame entirely. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drag this all the way over here. Likely needs like a middle frame. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate this one. And what's going to happen is this first one. I'm going to steal the bubbles from this frame I have back here. I'm going to steal these bubbles. I'm going to put the bubbles on this layer. I may move these bubbles over. And I'm also going to shrink the face here. Yeah, I'm going to readjust the little hair stand to try to make it look like it's kind of like floating a bit more. Again, not sure if that's gonna give me the effect that I want, but I'm gonna give it our best shot. And we're gonna try that again and see how that goes. One, two, three. There's probably one more frame in between these two. So we're gonna duplicate this one more time. And I'm gonna throw on the onions here. Yeah, we're gonna head down here. Make this a tad bit darker. And now we're going to erase the bubbles. We're going to be moving the bubbles. I might move these bubbles a little too. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. One, two. Huh, maybe we need the bubbles to disappear for one frame. One, two, three. I need to move the position on this one over. So there's going to be a flame in between these two where the bubbles disappear. So I'm going to duplicate this one. I'm going to get rid of these bubbles. I'm going to make this just a tad bit bigger. I'm going to flip these little hair ends a little bit. flow just a little bit different. And I'm actually gonna come down here. And I think it is also important to make this fade a little bit. Maybe we just skip the... If I just skip this entirely. No. There has to be a better way. If we just make it faster. Maybe that's the solution. Two, three. Maybe bump up the speed on all of these. That might be the solution. Yeah, I'm actually gonna come here and I'm gonna change the mouth. I don't know if it's going to let me. For some reason this system is blocked. I'm going to duplicate this entire layer because I don't want to lose the potential progress on this if I change the animation. But what I'm thinking is I will move one of these bubbles. And I actually maybe have a bubble coming out of the mouth. Maybe we see how this looks when I play through the whole thing. I think starting this way might actually want the face to show up. So I'm going to duplicate these. I'm going to move them down to this layer. Hop back here. Where did those go? I'm going to, beyond this layer, I'm going to duplicate these. I'm going to move them all the way down to 4B. And I'm going to remove some of this. I could probably make that a little bit smoother. But I think this is getting closer to what my vision for this would be. So I think we made pretty good progress setting this up. Hold on, pieces. I know we just got a raid not too long ago, but it's getting pretty late for me. I do go at work in the morning, so I'm probably gonna be heading out soon. I think this is pretty good progress. I want y'all to remember that we started with 5 flames. We started with this. And right now we are on, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And we did remove 1. So we've done like 15 flames. Which, like, doesn't seem like a lot, but some progress is better than no progress. So we take those. I'll find out a way to make that a little bit smoother. Maybe we can even make this a little bit more dynamic by coming here. Blending the face. Having the eyes closed. One, two. Let's also do the same thing here. We have the eyes closed. Technically, we don't need to have the eyes closed because we're like, what's this? I don't even think you can really notice it. Unless maybe... This is a cute expression. Maybe we can copy this. Push it up here. Yeah, hide this one. Okay, this. That might look a little cute. I might make this like a half opening eye flame. Oopsie, wrong layer. I know it's a little messy, but trust the process. Trust the process. Maybe it'll be more noticeable when you color it. So either that's gonna stay eyes closed, or it's gonna be like half peek and open. like that. So I'm gonna save our progress. We're gonna close out of this egg example. We'll save this just in case. Typo. Doesn't hurt to save it just in case. Thank y'all for hanging out, YouTube. I don't know how to wait out on YouTube, so I'm gonna just head y'all out for the evening. I need to find someone on Twitch to send the rest of Twitch to. So Allie is live. Allie is a good friend of mine. He has pretty chill energy. I don't see anyone doing art right now on my friends list, so I'm gonna send y'all to Allie for the evening. He's playing the Duet Night Abyss. He plays a lot of what's the word? A lot of gacha games. Nothing wrong with that though. So thank y'all again for hanging out. Thank you everybody for the raids today. Thank you for joining me, YouTube. I hope you'll have a nice rest of your day, evening, wherever you are. Make sure you take care of yourself, YouTube. I'm gonna send y'all out first, YouTube. So bye bye, YouTube. Good night. And sleep for you.